Tonight, April 24th, 2025, join us for the 90th NFL Draft, this one being held from Lambeau Field in Green Bay. For the FDH Lounge, we resume live coverage of the NFL Draft, which our personnel covered in real time on the Sports Talk Network from 2005 to 2009. After 16 years, we're back live and bigger than ever with our contributors coast to coast as we cover the QB who's being billed as the next Patrick Mahomes, the QB who's the son of a Hall of Fame player and primetime coach, his teammate, the Unicorn, two-way player, and so much more. Join us live tonight for the FDH Lounge 2025 Coast to Coast Pro Football Draft Night 1 Extravaganza. Hello, everyone. You are looking live at FDH Mission Control on the north coast of Cleveland, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. It's FDH Managing Partner Rick Morris, and we will start tonight's festivities covering the Pro Football Draft, the 90th NFL Draft, with our core group of FDH Lounge draft coverage specialists over the years. We have been covering this together since 2012. We'll be joined by a host of others tonight, coast to coast, on our Extravaganza show. But let me bring in my fellow FDH Lounge dignitaries, my fellow original dignitaries, may I say. These folks on with the show with me from day one. We've got FDH senior editor Jason Jones from out in the Rocky Mountains here, and he has been, of course, the key guy behind our draft coverage as far as our player rankings and everything that you will find in Pro Football Draftology 2025, available on the main page at fantasydrafthelp.com. Jason is our ultimate NFL draft guru. Jason, glad to have you on for the festivities, my man. Couldn't do it without you.
I've been stressfully anticipating this one. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades, and I swear this draft has taken years off my life.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of them. The first event that you and I ever did together was the 2025 NFL Draft, and 2006, the year after we first did it. I know we have had we had a situation where you and I ended up doing 14 hours together at the Sports Talk Network. This is when the the first round was still on Saturdays. And you and I think we started 7:30 Eastern time and went until 9:30 Eastern time that night. A long one there. And one of the great joys of the whole thing. You and I just, I don't think we were even tired after it was done. We were just running off of pure adrenaline. And somebody else that must be running off of pure adrenaline because he's got a long day. Ladies and gentlemen, the other member of our core FDH Lounge draft coverage team since 2012, Chris Galloway, fellow FDH Lounge original dignitary. And I'm afraid that for tonight's festivities, he is going to present the visual of somebody who is about to go on a rant about child trafficking at Chuck E. Cheese, because he is behind the camera right now, behind the wheel and behind the camera. It is Chris Galloway. So, Chris, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on.
There it is.
Hey, hi. Great to be here. I've got Red Bull. I will mute my microphone.
Well, it's great to have you on, Chris.
I will mute my microphone when I'm not talking, so you don't get any road noise.
Very good. Very nice of you to do that, Chris. I'm glad you were able to join us from the road. And we will have joining me in studio, uno momento here, I'm told, the scout Ken Bex. He is going to be getting on here at Mission Control. So I will be, when the moment comes, not to break kayfabe here, but I will be taking myself off camera here for a second just to let him in. I am monitoring outside. By the way, and as I am monitoring outside, I must say that my neighbor across the street, who has very strong cameras out there for surveillance, she surveils basically the entire neighborhood. I better not hear, Shelley, that you are running a pirated feed shooting through the window here just at me and Ken Bex. I will be very angry, and I will be sending a bill if I come to find out that she's running a pirate feed from across the street. But in the meantime, it is great to have you guys on, and I will mention here, as we will mention subsequently, that we will have tonight for these proceedings a tribute at various points in time. We are dedicating tonight's show that we are doing to the memory of two of our great FDH Lounge dignitaries, Ken Detweiler and Anthony Petrone, both of whom recently passed away within, unfortunately, 18 days of one another. And so I will, at various points in time, reference this. And I know that, Jason, you had, I think, more experience with both of these guys here, although Chris did as well. But this is a thing where it's just a very, very difficult situation. It's one that's very sad. And again, we just we want to take tonight to kind of talk about the good times with these guys and how great it was. This is from a get together last fall. Myself and Matt Petrone in the middle, and Anthony and Ken on the outside here in this picture. Sadly, that was just last September. But so I'll just kind of leave it open for any thoughts from you guys. Jason, I'll start with you.
My first question before I say anything, that wouldn't happen to be at the building that should not be named, right?
No, it's actually not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this was Rick. I've told you off air essentially that we're at an age where I don't like this.
Uh-huh.
Whether it's people like Ken and Anthony that we knew and worked with and had close personal relationships, or just heroes.
Yeah.
I had to remind people, like, I feel like Bob Costas is going to go any day. And when they do, all bets are off. Leave me alone for the whole day. But getting into Ken and Anthony specifically, I want to share a couple things real quick. And I know you'll remember this fondly. Anthony, who had come into our organization, is essentially, a board op and a producer. And then just based on his own work, got handpicked, by a very well-known Cleveland radio guy. And then I just remember being in my office that day. And Anthony Petrone, who was not a small dude.
No.
Like, he was excited and running around the lobby. And I come out of my office, I'm like, what is going on? And he's like, you're never going to believe it. And that was the day that he booked Jim Nance, which was a huge get.
Yeah.
And displayed a growing skill at producer. If he got that phone call 6 months earlier, I don't know if he pulls that. So I was very happy for him. And that was the beginning of a nice run for him where he was the producer of a very well-known guy. And for obvious reasons, I'm not going to go into the rest of that.
Sure.
Now, Anthony was, as far as while I was there, Anthony was essentially primarily a producer.
Right.
And with that, he did an incredible job. Then once I had moved out here, we kind of lost touch for a while. But I had noticed, I started seeing him coming up on social media recently. So the news of him was, for me personally, it was a little abrupt. You did a nice job of breaking it gently.
I tried. Yeah.
Sorry. No, you did a phenomenal job. But we got to a place where we I think we both knew that while he was with us at that point in time, it wasn't for long. And I think we were both able to hopefully process that well. Now, Ken, I want to be very specific with Ken. Ken was not somebody that I worked with a lot because our crossover time, he was essentially the baseball guy at the station.
At the Sports Talk Network, yes.
So, we would bring him in to come talk about baseball for a segment when we were doing an all-encompassing show. And then he would do his own thing on baseball-specific stuff. But the cool part was there was a lot of crossing paths. There was a lot of lobby time, a lot of sales bullpen time. A lot of just in-between shows or during breaks where maybe I'm going on a rant of some kind and I would pop out, and he would be like, really? Rincone's that bad? And I go, okay, wait a minute. Let's have this out real quick.
Yeah.
And then we would do our thing there. And then typically I would go back in or the next show or whatever, and it would be a different my whole outlook on it would be different. He had this wonderful way of engaging you in debate and really being strong on his perspective, because his perspective was typically pretty good when it came to baseball. But he had a way of like convincing you to maybe consider a different angle, but without big time in anybody or without flexing. It was just like, hey, you ever thought of this perspective? And I really appreciated that. And the funny thing with Ken was, like a lot of people, it's just what it is when it's happening. And then when you're not around that person anymore, or it's a different deal, you kind of fall back to those things. And as I was making a career in a different part of the country, there were a number of decisions I would make or takes I would have or stop and think a second time about a certain perspective, specifically because it became a situation of what would Ken do in this particular line of discussion. So as I said publicly before, Ken is one of a handful of guys who, whether he knew it or not, helped shape the media person I would eventually be.
Sure.
So that one, I don't want to say that either hurts less because they're both pretty rough, since we knew them relatively well. But I think it was because the Anthony one, I think we kind of convinced ourselves we knew was coming. The Ken thing, I mean, it proverbially dropped me to my figurative knees when I heard, because you just don't expect that.
Right.
Both of them phenomenal men. Ken was never young when I knew him, at least to me, because I met him when I was like 25. But both really good, solid dudes, salt of the earth types of guys. And both of them had something significant to contribute. And hopefully that'll be how they're remembered.
Right. And Chris, I know that you had some experience as well with both of these guys, with Anthony on some of our panels for our show anniversaries here recently. And then going back further, the 5th anniversary of the show, you'd never done a segment with Ken before, but he and I came out to your place to do the 5th anniversary show. We did some panels on a few things, and I think that illustrated what I've always said about him, which is that he formed chemistry with people quicker than anybody that I've ever known, because just, warm, witty guy that just was so easy to talk to. So you talked to him a couple of minutes, it felt like you'd known him your whole life.
Yeah, I both of them, just in different ways, real gentlemen. Jason, I think what you said about both of them, having worked with them, I didn't work with either one of them, but got to know them through the show. And your words, Jason, a very nice tribute. I think Ken would be honored to know that he influenced you that much, and that he had that much of an influence on you. That's very kind words. And look, that's all any of us can ask for, right? I mean, we walk this earth, and when we leave it, that somebody is left behind that says, "Hey, you influenced who I am in a positive way." I mean, that's a lovely tribute, and certainly heartfelt. And I think his family can know that. He mattered, and he's remembered. And the same thing for Anthony. I mean, just a warm, jovial guy. Sometimes his takes were zany.
You don't have to finish the thought.
Yeah. But I loved him. I mean, I loved listening to him and in hearing his perspective. Sometimes I always enjoyed doing the panels with him. When Ken and I did that one panel, it was fantastic. Really respected the heck out of him. Certainly his knowledge was just fantastic. So both of these hit hard for us, as a group of people who, work together, or, quote in quotations in different ways. It's a reminder for all of us that, no day is guaranteed, and that we all just, need to do our best to be the best people we can, and try to, touch as many people as we can. So both are going to be missed a great deal. And, I appreciate Rick, you taking a little time tonight to honor our friends.
Thank you. I just, it's really, it's what we need to do under the circumstances, and we will mention them again. We'll have some other folks coming on who worked with them as well. The first pick is in for the draft, and it is no surprise. It is Cam Ward, quarterback from Miami, going to Tennessee, as was anticipated with the first pick. And this has been widely reported for a long period of time here. So that is, we've got that off the board, and thus begins the whole thing now of what comes next as far as the Browns pick at number 2, and potentially here, and I'll revert back to the screen sharing, and it is there is a video that Jason has put together, and so we're running this a little bit here.
Oh!
Wait.
Sorry.
What?
Go back. Just go see it.
Don't tell me they're trading out of it.
Yeah, this night's about to turn real fast.
Are they?
Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock right now.
Oh my goodness. Browns got a Browns, huh? Browns got a Browns.
The Jags wanted Hunter that bad. That is unbelievable.
Wow.
So what is the trade? You remember I texted you earlier today that a radio show I was listening to floated the idea of Trevon Walker next year's 1 and moving back to 5, where the Browns would take Genty. I wonder what they're getting.
This is wow. This is.
They better be getting a boatload. That's all I can say. They better be getting an absolute boatload. And I know Jason wants to have an aneurysm right now.
And not to break kayfabe, but you guys go ahead here for a second. The Scout Ken Bex is in the house. I will be getting him on momentum.
The absolute fury in my soul right now. There was one pick to make here. I can't even begin to fathom what it is they
Jason,
traded back for.
I gotta see. I'm like you. I'm not happy about it, but I won't freak out yet until I know what we're getting.
No.
I'll tell you this: if the Patriots go with Genty, the Browns will have just played themselves.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Now, obviously, we got to know what the compensation is, but as I've been saying this week, the amount that the compensation would have to be for me to be okay with this is so big that no team would dream of doing it. And the only thing that makes any sense is if this is going to include multiple 2026 picks, is ammunition to move up to get whoever they want at quarterback next year, which is a possibility. But I'm still curious.
That's what I think is motivating it, Jason. Is they want picks next year, so they like you said, they have an ample amount to go get whatever guy they want. I think that's the only reason they would do this.
You got to think that that's the only reason. But again, 2025 fifth overall pick, 2025 second and fourth round picks, 2026 first round pick. The Jags get second overall pick in 2025, 2025 fourth round pick, 2025 sixth round pick. When the scout Ken Bex, who is still setting up here, when he texted me this off air, I had just believed, that this was, I thought this was just, draft day shenanigans. Generally speaking, when these things happen, they don't get out several hours in advance. We'd seen something about this during the course of the day. We'd seen that there had been all kind of different rumors about this. And it comes to pass. It actually comes to pass that the Browns are trading back. And then again, I go to the 2011 draft night, Chris, over your place. So we were not doing a show then, but that was a thing where we were doing, the whole ultimately getting into the situation with, watching it. I think that was the first year was prime time. I think it was the first year we were in prime time. And ultimately, it was the Julio Jones one. And that was a difficult kind of a thing for us to bear at the time.
We didn't like that, and I can tell right now Jason's not going to like that haul in terms of picks.
No.
Well, hold on. I got to conceptualize this because here's real quick, and then I got to step away and take a call.
Okay.
Obviously, in my mind, which is clearly different than everybody else's, in my mind, Travis Hunter is 2 people, and he is worth 3 people. Okay?
Okay.
Setting that aside for a second, and I will find a way to restart the Fury because this is not going to be good for a while for me.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You said there was a 26th, right?
Yes.
So we get Jacksonville's first round, which I think we all would assume should still be top 15, right? Worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Here's where it gets interesting. People have described this draft right now that we're in is a starters, not stars draft, right? And my whole thing after 2, because I wanted Travis under any circumstance, is how can we get up back into the second round? I want 3 picks from the second round because of what's out there. So now, depending on what they're going to do, and we'll figure that out in a minute, what they're going to do should include, even if they're going to go after somebody next year, right? I would still not have a problem with taking Milroe or somebody like that, a project somewhere down the road.
Right.
Then go and get Henderson or Judkins or one of these tight ends. Like, if this is what you're going to do, and I'm still effing pissed about it, if this is what you're going to do, you better clean up in the second and third rounds, where I believe we now have 5 picks in the second and third.
Well, and I will say, and it's been 2 years since I did an NFL draft live stream back when we were still sort of playing around with this here with my man, the scout, Ken Becks from firstdownscouting.com. But we have him on here as part of our show tonight. And so I'm glad to be able to bring him in here. And of course, so this next stretch of time here, we're going to have some various points of view here tonight, some various times where we share the love with some various associates of ours. So the next segment that we have actually is presented to you by firstdownscouting.com. That's the number 1, stdownscouting.com. My man, the scout, Ken Becks. Ken, great to have you into here tonight, buddy. And you come in right in the thick of it as the Browns trade out of the spot.
Well, I couldn't ask for any more right now. I'm a little bit behind on the details, everything, but I tell you, the Browns definitely know how to keep things alive over that way.
Yeah.
So right now we currently have what? The number 4?
Number 5. Okay, trading back to 5. And Jacksonville getting ready to make the pick here. And one will assume that they made this deal for. It would be funny. I mean, it would be hilarious, Chris, is would anything be more Jaguars than if they traded up for, like, let's do this for somebody else. Like, let's do this for, Ashton Genty or somebody. But no, it is Travis Hunter going to Jacksonville. So that is, if it had been Abdul Carter or something like that, that would have been kind of funny. But, I know that you were a convert on the whole thing with Travis Hunter, Chris. So this has to sting a little bit not having him go to the Browns.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I did want Travis. I mean, I wanted him. I mean,
yeah.
But here's the thing. I do. I mean, look, my whole thing was, if they were going to trade back, it couldn't be more than a few spots. They had to harvest a bunch of picks because they need to get younger across this roster, and they had to get one of the blue chippers, right? I mean, if somehow Vegas leapfrogs them to move up with the Giants or something and get Genty, and then they've played themselves like they're going to look stupid.
Yeah.
So they better damn well hope no one can get above them at 5 to get Genty. They better damn well hope that.
Do you think that's the end game? You think that's what they're going for?
I think that's what they're going for. But and again, you are getting a one hell of a playmaker in Genty.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that people will hate that pick.
Right.
But then, to kind of to Jason's point, I mean, it's all about that number 1 pick next year. They're stockpiling ones for next year, I bet, because they know they want a quarterback next year. So that's going to be interesting. If they're doing that, Rick, people that are hoping for Milroe at 33 and all that sort of thing, I mean, that's not going to happen, I don't.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to. So, yeah, I mean, it raises a lot more questions, but that's a thing where I was talking about this today off air with FDH Lounge dignitary John Adams, who I have to say, by the way, I much appreciate. I might have bruised the feelings of.
I like that.
Yeah.
This year, I mean, if you get Genty and you come back and you get a left tackle and you get a safety and I mean, look, they might end up with some, they might end up doing all right. But when you do something like this, you're going to make everybody question you, right? Like we're all going to look at them sideways until this thing is done.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I want to thank FDH Lounge dignitary John Adams for taking me off of a group chat this afternoon. And I apologize for bruising the feelings of FDH golf editor Tom Denk, Mr. Flatstick, when I said, unsubscribe. So I can only imagine what's going on in the group chat right about now. Everyone must be just absolutely losing their minds. But it was, so this will then put off a little bit later on here. We are having on one of our FDH Lounge dignitaries, Bob Glassman. He was to be coming on around the time of the Browns pick. He'll be coming on now subsequently as they have traded back to 5. And so ultimately, the first real curveball of the draft, the first real, stumble as far as what the conventional wisdom had. I mean, myself and Jason Jones in our mock drafts on the aforementioned Pro Football Draftology 2025, available on the main page at fantasydrafthelp.com. We both had Travis Hunter going to the Browns. And so this now takes us into a different territory here with what they're going to do. We'll see if Genty ends up being the focus. The focus for the Giants at 3, it went from a while back to where there was no way at 3, it seemed like they were going to be able to get Shedeur Sanders. They're in the market for a quarterback because of the epic failure of Danny Dimes, which, you heard it here first on that one. But they had to suffer through that entire period of time because Dave Gettleman thought he was smarter than everybody else. But it went from it didn't look like Sanders was going to drop to he'll be there, but they may not want him. They evidently don't want him. They went out and put together the very interesting veteran quarterback room, if you want to call it that, of Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. And this is a situation where there's a number of different directions that they could go in, Chris. Everybody basically assumes, and with them bringing back Brian Daboll, who they don't have a whole lot of faith in, nor their GM, who they shouldn't have any faith in, thoughts that they are tanking for next year and for Arch Manning. And whatever they do here probably isn't going to dispel that notion, I would think, Chris.
No, I think they will definitely go. They will definitely go with Carter. I don't know what else they would go with.
The pick is in.
He's a surefire blue chipper. So you take Carter and you're done with it. Let me know who they.
I certainly will. The commissioner's at the podium right now. The pick is in for the Giants. And I will just go ahead and say that it's Abdul Carter. And I'll look like an idiot if it ends up not being the case. And the pick ultimately, yes, is Abdul Carter. Yes. So I don't have to retract that. That's nice. That's nice when you can just go with whatever you're saying in the moment and have it be the case. So Abdul Carter is the pick. he does fill a need for them. The Giants do have a lot of needs on their roster, and he will definitely help. I'm looking forward when we're able to get Jason back on. He had to step out for a second because, again, Jason with his day job handling media covering the Colorado Buffalo program out in Boulder, and we'll talk to Jason about that when he comes back on. But he had some thoughts about Abdul Carter, and he'd had some thoughts along the lines of that Carter was, I think, more Micah Parsons than who had he compared him to? Oh, it been the other player. Myles Garrett. That he was more Parsons than Garrett, which that's a thing where I look forward to asking him about if I got the second one right. But I remember that he was using the Micah Parsons one as sort of like faint praise, which to me is very interesting.
I mean, it is good praise. I mean, I do think that Carter is probably going to end up being a better edge guy than Parsons. Parsons, okay, you can put all over the place, as you know.
Sure.
Versatile as hell.
Yes.
Carter basically has played 1 year as an edge. I think he's got a better burst at the moment of, get off. I think he has the opportunity to be a better edge than Parsons, but Parsons does a lot more, right? So,
yeah,
or can do a lot more than what Carter could do. So I think that there's a chance that, there's a real good chance that, Carter ends up being a better pass rush guy than Parsons was. I apologize. I'm going through a easy pass exit.
In Interstate 80 right now, in parts unknown, essentially, and
Interstate 90 to be exact.
90.
But
90. Oh, geez, you're further west than I thought.
I need to get off the highway and get some gas. That's what's going on here. I'm
all right.
About out of the old fuel.
All right. Well, I tell you what, I'll take you out here for the second. You go handle your business and you jump back in when you're ready. I appreciate you being a warrior here on this one. Thank you so much. I mean, this is a man who keeps his commitments, ladies and gentlemen. He ended up having some things happening here today. And right on cue. There's Jason Jones. There's my man coming back in. And that is, so we were talking about this a second ago. You weren't on for this, but I mentioned specifically that you had compared Abdul Carter, who just went to the Giants, of more Micah Parsons than I think you said Myles Garrett, and it seemed like it was a bit of a slight towards Micah Parsons, which I didn't quite understand, because I would think if you compare anybody to Micah Parsons, that's a great thing. But please explain.
Okay, so what I was suggesting is when we look at these prospects, if Abdul Carter is essentially just, let's say, a facsimile of Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons went 12th.
Okay. Yeah.
Myles Garrett, who is arguably the best defender in the league, a defensive player of the year, that dude went 1. He's almost 6'5", 270. And he is a 15-plus sack a guy every year. 15 sacks a season every year, right? Or at least that's the expectation. Micah Parsons is good. He's very solid. But if we're talking about where he goes, people saying that just because Carter looks like Parsons, that doesn't make him the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick or a top 5 pick. That makes him a 10 to 15 pick. So what I'm saying, I was saying is, if he's going to go 1, 2, or 3, he needs to be Myles Garrett, not Micah Parsons.
Okay. I mean, I got to admit, I don't see a whole lot of difference greatness-wise between the two of them. And I'm a guy that does our player rankings from year to year every summer, as I will be doing this year. I've had them both, in the top 10 and, towards the top of the league in that. That's interesting.
Well, I think the difference is Myles Garrett has got his hand in the dirt and he's facing the left tackle all the time. And Micah Parsons, you can move around.
Okay.
So Myles Garrett faces double teams almost on every single play. So to have a guy that high up, and we're splitting hairs here because they're both they're both top 15 guys.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is there's a difference between very top of the draft and then like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
All right. It's all about draft value because, I had this thought the other day. There are people, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way.
Okay.
Although people will. There are millions of very educated, informed, smart football fans. That doesn't mean that they necessarily understand the draft. And you can be brilliant in the draft, not really have a great grasp of all the intricacies of watching games to see who the winner is going to be, right?
Okay.
The converse is also true, right? So you have somebody that's really, really, really football, like put them in front of a TV, have them watch a game. They're not going to miss a beat.
Right.
Put them in a draft scenario and they're completely lost.
Okay.
And a big part of this is one of the things I've been banging this drum forever. Biggest problem fans have, or casual viewers, or former players that just never really paid much attention to stuff like draft and player acquisition.
Okay.
The draft is not a race to get the number one guy you like the most.
Right.
The draft is a puzzle to get the most guys you've identified as physically possible. So in this scenario, like what we just saw play out, my opinion on this whole Travis Hunter thing has always been, if you're Cleveland, there's no trade you make to back out of that pick because that guy is that good.
Right.
Right. Now we're saddled with this whole deal we got to work through.
By the way, can I say, Jason, it's good to hear you, brother.
Jason,
I love this philosophy talk, bro.
We didn't get a chance to do the transition here because of the comings and goings, but it is great. It is great to have you two guys on a segment again. Not since the old Sports Talk Network days. Jason Jones, the Scout Ken Becks. This is what football talk is all about, ladies and gentlemen. So, now, Ken, you've heard him weighing in on this and the differences between these guys. Talk about your theory of edge rushers.
I'm going to tell you, with Carter going number 3 overall, I'll put it this way. In my head, top 5 is gold jacket all the way.
Sure.
So if you're picking Carter at 3, you better have at least multiple Pro Bowls coming down the line.
Yeah.
We're not talking about, top of the line type starter. We're talking like he better be a projection gold jacket type of guy. If you don't feel like those guys in the top 5 are that caliber, you better think about, trying to move down and get some premium picks down the road. But I'm pretty much in agreement with everything Jason is saying. But like I say, I like Carter, but like I don't love him.
Okay.
I know that sounds simplified.
All right.
If I was at 3, I don't know if I would have made that move, but.
Well, and what's interesting is at 4, we have a pick in here as the Patriots select Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU. And I'm looking to see here on the mock drafts here. I think that might have been, yeah. All right. So, Jason, you and I are 4 for 4 in our draft guide as far as picks. Now, again, we had Travis Hunter going to the Browns at 2, but whereas that was not the case. And I don't want to, further rub that in. But, that's where that's at. And ultimately, the Patriots, I will just say this. This is a thing where with the offseason that they've had, I'm going to compare it to what Washington did last year and Houston the year before. And we talked about this previously, that you look at the obvious thing is the quarterbacks that both teams drafted as far as them taking a big step up, Houston in 23, Washington in 24. But the front office also did a lot in the way of filling holes. I don't know that we had another front office that filled as many holes as we saw with New England thus far to this point in the offseason. And that is our cue to bring back on the resident child, Chris Galloway, and get your thoughts on that, Chris. The Patriots adding Will Campbell to what they've already done in a busy off season. And I gotta say that the Patriots are a sleeper playoff team for me right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know that I would go that far, but they certainly they had to go left tackle, right? I mean,
Mhm.
they had to take the best left tackle in this draft because they had to protect their quarterback.
Right.
So, it makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
A heck of a lot of sense.
I think so. Yeah.
So I like what they did. I mean, in the sense that that was the obvious pick that they had to do. Now, Jason probably wants to scream, "No shit," because that's what you do. You take the damn pick that you're supposed to take. And so I got to assume the Browns are on the clock, right? I'm back in this.
Yeah. Browns are on the clock, and hopefully
I'm more stressed than I was.
Yeah. Hopefully we will be joined by another FDH Lounge dignitary here in a moment as our cavalcade of dignitaries coast to coast is continuing here. We for the logo for tonight's show here. Of course, one of the stars that we had was out there in the Rocky Mountains, signifying Jason, and then the star on the North Coast signifying myself, Ken Bex, and our other dignitary who I hope is coming on here in a second. We could have had a floating star somewhere around Illinois, Indiana for Chris had we known where he was.
Well, I was going to say, why don't you just have like a Mayflower van or something? That would have been fun.
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on.
Whoa. What?
Is anyone else doing the math right now?
I guess the answer is no, because we're not freaking out. What are we missing?
Okay, so my first instinct when they traded back and thinking who was there.
Okay.
Will Campbell's going to be gone.
Yeah.
And if they're thinking offensive tackle, because obviously they need one.
Yeah.
It has to be Armand Membu, because I don't want anybody else this high. And then I'm just running through who's available. Did they just make a play for Ashton Genty?
They may have.
That's what I've been saying.
Which would be the most Browns thing ever when they could just go re-sign Nick Chubb anytime they wanted to. I mean, that would be hilarious. Create a hole, fill a hole.
Rick, that's my whole point.
Chubb anyway, Rick.
Yeah.
My whole
create a hole, fill a hole.
Is
how Browns of them.
If that was the play,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I get it. He's a horror movie villain back there. But the problem, and it goes back to the puzzle idea. Genty's one, yes, I get that.
Yeah.
But you cannot convince me right now, and we can look back 2 years from now, but today you cannot convince me that Omarion Hampton or Travion Henderson plus Nick Chubb is not just as good, if not better, than Ashton Genty.
Yeah. Well,
puzzle.
We're about to find out.
Yeah,
sure.
we're about to find out.
Jason, you may not be wrong. It could be the left tackle. I mean,
well, and here's what I'm going to say before they do it, before they call it, it better be Genty, Jalen Walker, or Armand Membu. I do not see anybody else unless they trade back again.
I was going to say, is it a possibility they might trade back?
Yeah, could do that again. They already have. Goodell's coming to the podium. By the way, they just showed a shot of the Browns brass looking very self-satisfied in their office in Berea. How entirely typical for a group of people who's always drunk on the smell of their own farts.
I'm getting nervous.
Yeah,
I'm getting nervous on this one.
You should be, because you still care.
Oh,
but this is oh wow.
Oh man.
Yeah.
No.
This is wow. Mason Graham.
Are you kidding me?
Mason Graham.
I'd rather go
Holy
Genty
crap.
if you're going to go this way.
This is wow.
Well,
You know what? Didn't they go for Phil Taylor when they traded out of Julio Jones? They went for the defensive tackle at 11. Chris, history repeats itself.
Well,
history rhymes and echoes, Chris Galloway.
Like we're be looking for another GM after this.
I mean,
this is
I would have gone Genty. I hope this means that Travion Henderson's in play in the second round.
Okay.
I mean, I hope, because I like Henderson for this team.
Yeah.
I think Mason Graham is the cleanest player in this draft. I mean, other than Travis Hunter. I mean, I think Mason Graham, I watched him all year long. The dude won every battle. So and we need to get better on the defensive line. I don't, I said a while ago, if you want to help Myles Garrett, it's not Abdul Carter you draft. It's Mason Graham, because by putting pressure up the middle, that helps pin in a quarterback so that Garrett can finish the job. If you wanted to help Garrett, Graham was the better choice.
You know, I gotta cut in. I gotta ask Jason. Do you think this is a gold jacket type guy?
No.
That's that's what I'm talking about. Trade back then.
See, and here I'm gonna do the Ash and Genty thing all over again. It's gonna sound remarkably familiar.
Whoa. Okay.
This is an elite draft for 2 position groups.
Okay.
Running back. Wait for it.
Okay.
Defensive line. So
guys,
same argument with why
right.
you don't take Genty, because Nick Chubb plus running back 2, running back 3, running back 4 is better than taking that pick that high.
Right.
It's the same argument. Now, don't get me wrong.
Well,
6 months from now, we may love this pick. But right now, you went ahead and you spent a top 5 pick on the number 1 guy in the deepest position group in this draft.
You know, I got.
Well, hey, I have to jump in. Ken, I don't mean to cut you off. I made a technical boo-boo here. It did not show up in the control that I had our good friend Bob Glassman waiting to get in, and I apologize for that, good sir. Bob Glassman, a pioneer of draft coverage back from the 70s. I remember the newspaper article that he sent to me for his coverage. I believe he was forecasting that Danny White would be an excellent pro quarterback. So
it was the Ed Jones draft.
Ed Jones draft. Okay. All right. So I wanted to tag you in before we went any further in this, and I apologize for not seeing that you were in the old waiting room here. So Bob, a true pleasure to have you on, buddy.
Good to be with all my buddies. That for my senior project, I was Mel Kiper 5 years before Mel Kiper showed up, and wished I would have. That's where my life took a left-hand turn. Because what better job than picking the draft? The useless information nobody follows it the day after you pick, and you get paid a lot of money and yada yada. But anyways, back to the subject at hand. From listening to everybody, I'm surprised that they didn't go for the glitz and choose Genty, and agree with Chris that, you need, and agree with Jason too, you need pressure up the middle. And that's where all quarterbacks, get flushed out. And that's where I agree it'll help Garrett. I hope, and ironically, the person announcing the choice was Joe Thomas, and I wish there were a Joe Thomas type tackle ahead, but I don't think that Will Campbell. I don't know about the 32-inch arms. I'm not that, can't judge it by that, but not unhappy with drafting Graham.
Sure.
And at least, we always go for the glitz over substance. Always. Ever since the Haslam's bought the team, in anything they do. So in this case, so far they haven't.
Right.
I don't know what's the thought that they're going to use some of the picks they have to go back up in the first round and take Sanders or take. Are they going to go back to? Are they still too itchy to try to get somebody? To not go the substantive route as they've done so far.
They may get a quarterback. They may do that. And before we get to the pick that was just made, I want to go back to, since in order to bring you in, I didn't mean to cut off my man Ken Bex here. Ken, you had a great thought brewing here on Graham and the significance of that for the Browns.
He had some good points. Yeah. But I was getting back to Jason mentioned about the value part of the draft. And a lot of times you can have a good player, but it's all about the value.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't have a problem with the player. It's just where he's picked.
Yes.
And so this puts a bad taste in my mouth, because they put him in a position now where he better come in day one and perform.
He better.
I don't want to hear about rotational or anything like that. I mean, he better come in and perform day one.
He absolutely better. By the way, let us say that this next segment of the show brought to you by Comtrol, the fine telecommunications company here. Telecommunications advocacy at its very finest. Isn't that right, our beloved FDH Lounge dignitary Bob Glassman?
Yes, it is. My business is like a lineman. A lot of no glamour glitz, but very important.
You're the Mason Graham of
I'm the
telecommunications.
Mason Graham of telecom. But from just for a second, what's the first time that somebody brings up, oh, he's from Michigan? Cleveland fans won't root for a player that went to Michigan, which is such bunk. Going back to Tom Darden and a host of others.
Right.
Frankly, I didn't mind Braylon Edwards either,
Darden.
other than his character.
Yeah. Nice Tom
I like
Darden
the Tom
reference.
Darden reference.
You're going to get the old school stuff from Bob Glassman.
Like
that's for darn sure. And that Tom Darden was probably somebody you scouted back in the day, right, Bob? That was in your time frame. So
yes, it was.
That was right about in there. And so the pick that was just made, because again, the glitzy, glamorous pick that we thought could have been the pick potentially for the Browns, it was instead the Raiders who scooped up Ashton Jeanty at number 6. Unsurprisingly, as Jason and I are continuing to be flawless on our mock drafts here, if you put the large asterisk on it that we had the second pick going to the Browns, but Ashton Jeanty going to Las Vegas to be the running back that they need. The New York Jets are on the clock, and Bob Glassman, it will be a true treat and a true privilege here. We're about to get on, this will be near and dear to your heart, a fellow member of the tribe, Russ Cohen, coming on to talk Jets here. Coming up next, our great FDH Lounge dignitary, and Russ bringing that great East Coast perspective to things here. But this is a thing where Ashton Jeanty, Bob, we talked about that that's the glitz pick, that's the glamour pick if anybody's going to make it, and that's the pick the Raiders just made.
I guess, to look at the size of his legs, they look like tree trunks, but, he carried the ball a lot in college, and he used it. That's what I like about what Ohio State did last year. And it enhanced the value of both Henderson and Judkins by having them cut their carries down in their third year. Well, Henderson's was hurt before that, but
sure.
I'd have been happy before the draft. I'd have been happy taking half offensive lineman and half defensive lineman, essentially, and trying to not make what we aren't this year into something. But
sure,
we're so far behind the salary cap that it's just going to take a lot of good picks to get us where we need to go to, and that's why I don't mind the conservative approach. But I can only wait for the papers tomorrow and then for everybody to follow whatever Mary Kay comes out with, or they say on 92.3 or 850, and all of a sudden everybody's in a tizzy. But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to all of us because we all have our own convictions about the draft.
Well, and it's a matter of comings and goings here because I guess, all right, so Jason just got his camera back. Or Jinx, I jinxed it. Chris Galloway is apparently out of range here on Interstate 90. Hopefully into it, at the very least, Indiana. I know he's trying to make it to Northwest Ohio tonight. But all right, so Jason, hopefully he'll have the camera back up shortly here. And hopefully we will have Russ Cohen, great FDH Lounge dignitary and sportsology proprietor, coming on shortly for that. So our next stretch here, again, we've got the Jets coming up, Carolina, New Orleans, Chicago. So you have, again, a lot of the downtrodden teams in the league coming up in the next couple of picks, with the possible exception of Chicago. I mean, if we still kind of lump them,
Browns aren't considered downtrodden, are they?
Not at all, buddy.
I hope not.
There's that vaunted sense of humor, and from the old STN group here, which I have to say, just to go back to this here for a second. We did a little bit of a thing here at the beginning of the show, getting into talking about our good friends for whom tonight's broadcast is dedicated. Our very, very good friends, Ken Detweiler and Anthony Petrone, great FDH Lounge dignitaries, here pictured with myself and Anthony's brother, fellow FDH Lounge dignitary Matt Petrone. Me and Matty are in the middle, obviously. Anthony and Ken on the outside, taken just last September. So we talked about this a little bit before. A couple of us that were on at the time. Bob, I know you have your thoughts on both of these guys here. Fine guys, funny guys, entertaining guys, and guys that we will miss as long as we're alive.
And real guys, you
Yeah.
got what you saw.
Yeah.
And Anthony, I love characters. Characters are great, and Anthony was one of the best that could ever be. Just made you laugh from the time you saw him until the time you left.
Mm-hmm.
And Ken, our dear radio partner at ESPN
1540, yeah,
was just great. He just was able to run with everything and pick up a conversation and just add to it, and could do things on the fly. And when I would go off the walls a little bit, he would sort of drag me back in, and you had it was a great dynamic. But just more importantly, another wonderful soul, a wonderful person, and both of them will dearly be missed.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very well said. And on that solemn note here, we bring in our good friend, again, FDH Lounge dignitary, sportsology proprietor, and 11-time author, Russ Cohen. So, Russ, great to have you on, my friend.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Coming on to talk about the Jets pick here. That is, and it's Armand Bembo, the pick here. And by the way, so while we're at it here, this next segment brought to you by the great new book that's out. This is, of course, Game Winners, the greatest game-winning goals in hockey history, available now. Co-author Russ Cohen. And so, Russ, a great book there. Take a moment, talk about that, and talk about the Jets pick while you're at it.
Yeah, thanks. Game Winners was a fun thing. Myself and Matthew Blittner put it together. It's the greatest game-winning goals of all time in NHL history and Olympic history. So there's a women's Olympic game in there. There's some other Olympic games, obviously in 1980, things like that. Then we ranked them. We had Pete Stemkowski do the forward. Pete played in his own triple overtime game with the Rangers and beat the Blackhawks. So that was a pretty famous game. So, yeah, he gave us, his insight on that. And then we ranked the goals. And we also talked about the goals. And I even ranked, like the style points for the goal. Matthew didn't do it, but I did it. So,
okay. Well, and I do appreciate, being the homer that I am, that there's some Red Wings representation on the list. How could there not be? So I appreciate that. It is a fine book. And as far as the Jets making this pick here, this is another one that Jason Jones and I accurately selected. And again, it's a thing where, it's not a flashy pick, but definitely a need that you guys have for a guy to anchor your offensive line.
Yeah, it's boring. I would say this: if this was like 1977, this is the pick they'd make. Look, I understand they need the position, but the problem here is you could go at a different time in the draft for that. You could go in free agency for that. It's just like, I don't mind building up the offensive line. I don't, but I know what they're doing. They're playing a chess game, I think, for Jackson Dart, and they're probably going to lose that. Mm-hmm. And my feeling is, and this is where I go back to the NHL draft, if you have a guy and you feel like you should get him, then you get him. And it doesn't matter if someone like me has him ranked at 39th or 30th, or if Jason has him ranked there. If you need it, you get it. So It's like, so tell me, what's the bigger need, that or a quarterback? And I'll tell you, it's a quarterback.
Well, I just think, again, there probably wasn't value in that spot there. And that, you can get an offensive tackle later on, but you're not going to get anybody that's going to, anchor your line the way that he can. You got to go pretty early.
You're not going to get a quarterback that's going to do anything either, right? So it's like, which one's more important in the NFL right now?
I hate to tell you, but the fact that they got Fields, that's what they're committed to this year and possibly next year. They made the move. You may not like it. It's funny. Scout, he doesn't like it, but it is the move.
He didn't like it, did he?
They're as committed to Justin Fields as any coach in sports with a 1-year contract. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's how committed they are to him.
Okay, but it's not a great draft for quarterbacks. It's a pretty abysmal draft, relatively speaking, when you look at recent years. So, I mean, unless
There's
you're going to
be
one,
a couple good ones though, Rick. I mean, or at least maybe one good one. And so why shouldn't you be the team that tries and get it?
But that's the thing. You can get those guys later on. And again, here's a chance for the scout Ken Bex to lay into me.
I was going to ask about. So would you have liked them select Shador?
No, Jackson.
I was just wondering.
No Shador, especially after that stuff came out about the interview. I go to the NHL Combine every year, and I sometimes hear about the interviews, and so while people think that was like sabotage, no, that was just what happens in these interviews, and I wasn't shocked from what I heard, from what I read. So
sure,
no, I think that would be a disaster in New York to have that. Yeah, it wouldn't.
Yeah, I will say that, and that it's a thing ultimately where, I think they weren't going to take him in that spot. Again, it's probably a little early for Jackson Dart. It's probably a little early for some of these other guys. I'm going to give the scout a chance to lay into me here. It's going to be a night of some spicy takes. My take is I am still a believer. I'm a bitter clinger on Quinn Ewers. Whoever takes him probably in the 3rd round, I'm a believer, baby. I just FDH Lounge dignitary Ben Chu says I'm a slave to the highlight reel.
I guess it all depends on what your expectations is.
Yeah, I think he can be developed into being a very good quarterback. I mean, he can throw a very nice deep ball. I mean,
Can you define very good? I like that generalization.
I mean, I've seen him hit guys in stride deep. I mean, that's I like what he does. So I mean, but that's what you're looking at, Russ. You're looking at getting one of those guys later and helping him rise up to another level. Possibly Jalen Milroe of Alabama, which people are comparing him a lot to Jalen Hurts. Which I find
I don't think so. I've seen him. I don't think he's. I mean, Jalen Hurts' throwing has come a long way. I don't think his throwing's even close to that.
I mean, Jalen was up for the Heisman.
Yeah, but it's that. I'm not saying that's a lazy comparison, but it's a fellow of the same ethnicity with the same name that played at Alabama. But I'm not saying it's a lazy comparison. Right? I'm not saying it's
do it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a better comparison than the sports writer for the Browns in Cleveland, Cabot, who compared him to Lamar Jackson today.
Yeah.
No way.
You had to be high to write that. I mean, it should have been edited out.
That's crazy.
No, anyway.
I want to go with history here, Rick. I'm going to go back to, this was one of my favorite picks, that if you guys were on the panel in 1986, you'd be wearing a little different clothing, but you'd still be there. Maybe Jason wouldn't be. And so the Jets took a guy named Mike Haight, and he came out of Iowa. And I remember this because I was like, okay. And the big thing they said about him was he never missed a game in college.
Okay.
Never missed a game. This guy's great. Same thing you told me. He's going to anchor the offensive line, everything else. So in 1986, he played 2 games. In 1987, he played 6 games. He was hurt all the time, Rick. He finally played a few seasons after that. But that's where the scarring comes in. Now, it doesn't come in when they, got to Brickashaw Ferguson and Nick Mangold, but is that what really is what this is really? Or is this just, because if it's just value, Rick, I don't care. I could shop for value online.
Right.
I could shop for value, at any supermarket. I don't care about value in the draft. That's not my thing. Like, especially even when I go, when I'm, talking about the NHL draft,
that's a hot
I
take.
almost never use the word value, but it seems like it always comes up in football drafts.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I don't care about value. I care about need and what they and they do have a need for this. And so need is been filled. That's fine, but they have a lot of needs.
Okay.
I'm happier, I guess, with this pick than I would be Tyler Warren, even though I think Warren's really good. So I'll say that.
Well, and I get a text in from Interstate 90 somewhere from Chris Galloway, who is still offline, but he just texted me, Carolina is dumb because they just made the pick. First pick that Jason and I missed during the draft. Now, that's if you give us credit for the fact that we picked the number 2 pick correctly. We didn't have the right team, obviously. Tyrell McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona, going to Carolina here. And again, Chris and Jason are both in kind of lockstep that they think this guy is a little bit overrated. I don't. I'm in sort of agreement with the consensus on this. I think McMillan is going to be a fine, big wide receiver, the kind who you can just throw up anything and he's going to go get it. I think he's got amazing speed for his size. I think he's a fine prospect. I don't know if there's anybody agreeing or disagreeing with me on that or feeling lukewarm, as the case may be. But McMillan is somebody that I definitely think Carolina could use. I think he's going to be a star caliber player. And for a team like Carolina, and particularly with their dumb ownership, I think star players are going to be in short supply with that team for a long time to come. So
yeah, I mean, I feel bad for him in a way because it's Carolina.
Yeah,
bad things usually happen there.
I will say too, and this is where again, I am not colorblind in the sense of red looks like blue or any of that kind of crap, but like shades of things, I miss subtle distinctions. So I don't know if I'm correct in saying that he was wearing a very fine looking fuchsia suit. It looked fuchsia to me.
Is that where we're going?
I think it was fuchsia, Ken. I think
it was a nice looking.
It was a nice looking suit. Yes. From the North Coast here, 4 thumbs up for the suit that Tetero and McMillan was rocking here.
He looked the best.
That's fair. I got texted from a scout who does pre-NFL scouting. Okay. And he gets paid for this. He does it for a living. And here's what he said about the Jets pick.
Okay.
About a month ago, I watched every snap that he took. There's no denying his athleticism, but I can't figure out why so many people had him rated so high. I truly believe he needs a lot of work.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, okay.
You don't like that
I consider this all to be silly season revisionism. Every year it's silly season. It's a thing of I don't like that he does such and such. And then conversely, the Mike Mamulas of the world, who the next guy we're bringing in will no doubt have some thoughts on.
If we're talking Mike Mamula, I'm going to just leave.
Yes. Well, we got another gentleman. We had somebody actually popping in early in the green room here, so we'll tease his appearance later tonight by bringing him in. But Bob Glassman, I want to thank you so much for coming in around the time of the Browns pick here, buddy. Much appreciated. Again, the grandfather of this thing. You were doing it before Mel Kiper as a high school student back in the day, getting media coverage for it in the 70s, the Too Tall Jones draft. Bob, always a pleasure. One of our favorite FDH Lounge dignitaries. Thank you so much, pal.
Guys, it's wonderful. Before I go off, 2 things. One, if you see on my notes, I agree. I want to get through the first round without the Haslams without D Haslam trading back in to get Sanders. I hope that doesn't happen.
Hey,
and
Bob.
The other thing is, if they keep Jacksonville's pick, at least, yes.
I was just going to say, Bob, at some point you and I should chat about Shedeur because I've covered him for 2.5 years, and I have plenty to say, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I know. That's why. But you said, but you said it would annoy you, so I assume that you're not high on Shedeur, which I agree.
I'm not high on Shedeur to Cleveland specifically for a number of reasons that have nothing to do with football.
Beautiful.
Okay,
that's guys. Good. Jason, good seeing you. Russ, always.
Nice to meet you, Bob.
Great having you on, Bob. Appreciate
Bob,
it.
I like the Tom Darden reference. I like that.
That's right.
Go
That's
Cavs.
Right.
See
Go Cavs. Bob, let's do it again sometime soon, buddy. Thank you so much,
good.
pal. All right. The great Bob Glassman.
One more thing. I'm going to get something, one little prop before.
Okay.
You got to fill a little bit of time. So I want to show you one thing that, at least if I pass away before the Browns win a championship, I will show you something that I did do. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Okay. This better not be an ass tattoo.
Knowing Bob really took a turn already.
It could be anything. Wow. Okay. Which game is that?
1964, did that say?
As an 8-year-old, I went to the 64 Browns championship game. That was the ticket. They were 17-point dogs to the Colts. We 0-0 at halftime. Frank Ryan to Gary Collins, 3 post patterns in the second half. We win 27-0. So at least in my life, I have seen the Browns win an NFL championship.
Amazing. Something none of the rest of us could say.
I'll add this to Bob. Thank God for the Colts, because without them, the Jets wouldn't even won a Super Bowl. So we have that in common.
Guys,
That's
have
right.
a wonderful night. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much, buddy. Thank you.
Take care.
And
Peace.
well, thank you, Bob. Oh,
See ya.
always a pleasure. And while Chris Galloway is still in parts unknown on Interstate 90, we're looking to patch him back in. But in the meantime, what a delight. We're bringing this guy on toward the end of the first round when the Eagles are up. But I see now, I see that it's on here. And then, and he's not in the shot. Joe Stazak, if you're in the room, buddy.
Did you guys catch that ESPN did the exact same thing when they went to this Shador feed and he wasn't on the couch?
It doesn't shock me.
This is great. I'm bringing up, that like this is hilarious. He comes on a couple hours early and he's not in the shot. Bob, now I'm getting the names confused. It's not Bob Glassman anymore. It's Joe Stazak. Joe, are you there? All right, taking him out the shot.
Hey, Rick. I just noticed as I came back, I came back just late enough for you to not bring up Tet McMillan.
Okay. Yeah.
8 to Carolina.
I liked it. I'm apparently in the minority. Everybody's taking a big steaming dump on it. So.
Hey, I heard that Carolina actually really likes him, so I'm not surprised by the pick.
Okay.
Now, again, going back to the previous conversation about value, I don't think you take him at 8. I think you could. There's plenty of guys still in the top.
There's somebody on the panel that don't really care for value.
That's right. Yeah.
It drives me nuts.
Same here.
Because here's the thing, and Cleveland's done this so many times, where the guy you want, you could have gotten later, and maybe not 1, 2, 3 picks later, but like 5 to 10 picks later, and that's another second or third round pick added that you didn't have, and you still get your guy. So I've always hated just standing and picking and saying, damn value.
Right.
Value thrown out the window. No.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to hear the word value anymore either. I agree with that.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, that was coming. The most recent pick, by the way, New Orleans taking Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle for Texas. So the picks that Jason and I got right are starting to go by the boards here just a bit. We both had Shedeur Sanders going to New Orleans, which means that there could be a real drop coming at this point. By the way,
Rick.
Yeah.
This is becoming a new frustration for me. It's happened many, many years, and every time it's annoying.
Okay.
Everybody gets that final mock ready like the Tuesday before, the Monday before. And, of course, news would break on Wednesday from multiple sources.
Right.
That New Orleans is not even looking at Shedeur. But at that point in time, I'm not going to do another mock and be like, hey, real quick, change this in the guide.
I know. It's annoying.
But, yeah, before we even woke up today, I had a very strong sense that if Shedeur doesn't go 21 to Pittsburgh and strap in me, Bob Glassman, and all the other people that probably don't want this to happen, Shedeur might be sitting there at 33.
Right.
I think he's going to Pittsburgh. I've heard that a little bit, and it makes sense because Tomlin can handle him. Yeah. And so I could see that. I do want to give the Giants credit because they need a quarterback as much or more than anybody, and they didn't do it either. And I'm giving them backhanded credit because I know the guy's a great pick, but the Giants, I just want to say in the last 5 years, they used to be the brains of like New York, they used to kill the Jets and everything. The team was better. The drafting was better. The developing was better. Now they're the same as the Jets. They really are. They just,
I can't imagine anything being funnier than a Jets and Giants fan arguing over who's better.
Yeah, there's no argument anymore. Like they're both at the bottom.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it is a similar amount of futility from both franchises, unfortunately for them. And
Rick, hey, real quick, because I know he's not with us right now.
Okay.
But Chicago is on the clock.
Yeah.
And this is like the first sort of, I don't want to call it a hurdle, but the first checkpoint.
Okay.
To dispel Chris Galloway's biggest fear of Tyler Warren falling all the way to Baltimore.
Well,
I want Tyler Warren going right here, right now at 10 to Chicago.
You had him going there in the mock draft. I had Kelvin Banks going there. That obviously can't happen. So
you were much closer on Banks than I was.
Yeah. I mean, so that's That is definitely in play. The commissioners at the podium, they are going through. They're doing a tribute right now to the late great Steve Mongo McMichael, Pro Football Hall of Famer, WCW veteran from the late '90s. Certainly much better on the gridiron than in the wrestling ring, but very, very sad.
What are you talking about, Rick?
Woo! I remember telling people a couple of years ago when I got to meet Ric Flair that I threw up the four fingers, and everybody that I've talked to has said it was unnecessary for you to tell us that, Rick. Of course you would. So I have to say also too, now that we have a couple of folks on the show that might perhaps appreciate this right now, Jason noting off air right before we started here inaccurately that perhaps I was wearing a Catholic priest collar for the circumstances here tonight. While I am a Catholic, I am certainly not that. Jason mistook the wonderful turquoise bolo tie for the occasion.
Yeah, you're wearing the same tie like Bruce Springsteen wore for the Tunnel of Love album. That's
exactly. Yeah, the boss knew what he was doing with that one.
Not with the album, maybe with the tie.
Yeah. Wait, which album was that? Which album?
Atlantic City. Sorry.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah, because he did some off songs on that.
I was going to say.
That time.
I was going to say because I wasn't processing which one you said.
I can't remember if it was Atlantic City or Tunnel of Love. Now I don't know.
Tunnel of Love is one that everybody craps on. That it was like it's a great album. I mean, it's like sad, sad, bitter songs, but it's great. Like people didn't like it because it's sad, bitter songs, but there could be sad, bitter songs about love and everything like that. I thought it was an awesome album, but this is one where
to be fair, when I was growing up, every song that like that group Bread sang was sad and bitter and awful. So, checking off younger kids, look it up. They're depressing.
Checking off all three boxes there, and checking off. How's this for a segue, Jason? Checking off the positional box for the Bears, just not the guy.
Yeah.
As the guy that goes here is Colston Loveland, tight end from Michigan. So not the tight end that you were hoping would be here, Tyler Warren from Penn State. Again, he should be gone well before Baltimore's up. But, then again, Baltimore could always trade up. So, there's the scenario.
Has everybody on this panel had the pleasure of seeing the movie Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story?
No.
No.
All right. Russ, if you ever get a chance, it's actually pretty funny. But there's a moment, it's very ridiculous. And in the early part of the movie, the kid, when he's young, has a little accident. Him and his brother are playing with a machete, and he ends up killing his brother, cutting him in half.
Mm-hmm.
His dad walks in and yells, "Wrong kid died." That's exactly what I thought of when I saw Colston going before Warren.
Wow.
Okay, I like who's in it. I see Kristen Wiig and Jenna Fisher and John C. Reilly. That's good.
Yeah, solid cast.
I interviewed John C. Reilly once because when they had that series Winning Time, I interviewed like everybody on the series, and he's a great guy. Like he could play anything. He's terrific.
He did a great job as boss. Like that was a thing where like never in a million years is that the actor that I thought they would get to play Bus, but for the direction they were going in, it completely worked.
Just unbelievable. Like the transformation was tremendous.
Yes. And that's one where, and you go to watch that and like, the most hilarious thing about that entire series is that for as nice and classy a guy as Jerry West was in real life,
he got killed.
The way they assassinated his character, like
I heard some of those things that Jerry was like that. And
but
so
he was down on himself, though. He didn't take it out on other people. He was down on himself.
I don't know about that. Like we don't know for sure. But I will say this. That series, while it exaggerated some stuff, there was a lot of factual information that they loosely had in there. So I'm not shocked about the Jerry part.
I will say this. There is zero chance that Jerry West didn't want to draft Magic Johnson because with him being 6'9", it means that his dribble is too tall. There's no way he ever said that.
I don't know because
no way. Then, he wasn't that stupid. He wasn't that stupid.
But I'll say this.
Okay.
The thought of Magic Johnson being that big guard back then was an odd thought. And so for Jerry being an older guy from a different era, it's not that outrageous, honestly.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and you're the guy in the panel most able to remember this. who was a guy who led the league in assists a couple of years here because he did it in the form of a triple-double? Oscar Robertson, not a shrimp, okay? So, I mean, whether or not his position was point guard.
Tiny Archibald was the guy that was kind of like the NBA norm for assists.
Yeah,
too,
I get it. And like Big O was not like, a point guard per se, but he was running at least the secondary playmaking enough that if that was a real thing, that your dribble is too tall, that would have been an issue with him.
I mean, I'll say this about the Big O. I saw him at the late part of his career with Milwaukee, and he elbowed everybody in the face. That's how he became successful towards the end of his career. He was a tremendous player, but he elbowed everybody in the face. In today's NBA, he'd be kicked out the first week.
Well, for anybody that might like to know where he ranks all time in history, this next segment brought to you by the top 75 players in pro basketball history, written by Russ Cohen, Ben Shue, and FDH Lounge dignitary Rick Morris, the three of us FDH Lounge dignitaries. Find it now on Amazon.com. Great cover picture from Russ Cohen. I believe a George Mikan statue picture that you submitted for this.
Yeah, at the Target Center in Minnesota.
Yeah, and my dad just looked at the color scheme and was like, Richard, it looks like the cover of National Geographic with a color scheme.
No, but that's perfect. He's right. But that's the thing. It's like there's a lot of old references in there, so it should look like that.
I just thought I would get to that plug since we were right. We happen to go right down that pathway there. But so the picks continue to come in here with the NFL draft. They are showing
hope that I have in this draft.
Okay, what do you got?
My hope is that about pick 30, that the Philadelphia Eagles trade out of the first round because they've done it before, and everybody at the Eagles draft party is like, we waited 3 hours for this, and there's no pick. I hope, as a bitter Jet fan, that's what happens to the Eagles.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at this here. Interestingly enough, it's not showing anything on the TV screen, but Wikipedia must be getting some scoops here because I just hit refresh. According to Wikipedia, the pick for the 49ers at 11, Michael Williams, edge from Georgia, is the pick apparently. And so that's one where I didn't have him going. Jason, we both had him going to Atlanta at 15. So we both had him going in the same area. Now, interestingly enough, and, the commissioner has yet to walk to the podium. We'll see if Wikipedia had the actual scoop here or not. But assuming that was the pick, I mean, that's one of a number of needs that San Francisco had. And again, they in recent years, they've had some cap issues. They're having to do kind of a retool on the fly here and get younger at a number of the skill positions defensively. This will definitely help them. What do you think, Jason?
I'm sorry, were you still talking about
with Williams? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like him a lot. Mikel Williams is one of those guys that could go as high as 6, but definitely no later than 20, and that would have been all position dependent.
Yep.
But there are some people that argue, Jalen Walker, Georgia. I think he already went off the board. That he is arguably, just this much less than Carter.
Okay.
And that Mikel Williams is one of those guys that don't forget about him because he's going to go right in that same range.
They took Mikel Williams, so Wikipedia is right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Wikipedia's got the hot scoops tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So
what this is, Rick, is that means somebody is on site there, probably backstage, and when they're hearing it being announced from whoever relays the call to the podium, they're probably intercepting that and putting it up there. There's no other way they could have it that quick.
That means by Wikipedia making the scoop, we made the scoop, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here before you heard it on ESPN or probably the NFL Network. So if you're checking us out here tonight on youtube.com/the FDH Lounge, that is the case. And also on twitch.com/Ricky Ono, you can catch it either place here. But Dallas coming up next. You can't, this is one where it won't be correct for me in the mock draft because it was a situation where I had Tetero McMillan in there, and that was not ultimately going to be made possible because of the circumstance with him going off the board previously. So we wait and see now what this is going to end up being for Dallas in this spot. And Jason, your pick of Matthew Golden still very much in play. You had them going wide receiver and for the in-state college prospect.
Yeah, but the other thing that I don't want to make it sound like I've got a thing for this guy or anything.
Okay.
But right now, for the foreseeable future, every single pick is going to be, why is Warren still on the board? And I don't know that tight end is anything that Dallas is specifically looking for, but that dude's a weapon.
He is.
So I still think the best thing for them to do is to give somebody that takes a little pressure off CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
But if they went Warren here, I think it would be celebrated as a very solid pick, and I don't think anybody has a problem with it, which would be shocking because I almost always feel like Dallas is going to mess it up.
I want to ask you something, Jason. So I looked at Warren because there was a lot of smoke with the Jets and maybe them getting them. And at first I was like, let me look at them. Because, obviously the Jets haven't had a good tight end in 30 years. So I was looking at it and I was like, 2 years ago, he had a drop rate that was really high. I forget what the number was, but it went from something like, 9 or 10% to like 2.8. Mm-hmm. And so with everything else he has tools wise, I think it would be a solid pick.
Yeah. And the thing with him is, and the reason why Colston Loveland going ahead of him was a little surprising. Colston Loveland is he's Jimmy Graham, right? He's going to make miraculous catches. He's going to look like a receiver playing tight end, but he's kind of at blocking, whereas Warren is a legit blocker. So that's a guy that I don't care who he goes to. That's just a positive addition, no matter what. But I still think the smart thing to do is to get a nice little speedy, shifty guy to go opposite CeeDee Lamb. But apparently they're not thinking anything like that and reaching again.
Well, again, talk about a big-ass reach. A guy that you had going 32 to Philadelphia, I didn't have going in the first round. Tyler Booker is the pick, the guard from Alabama.
He's wearing crushed velvet, Rick. Looks like he's wearing crushed velvet. He's got like a 70s jacket.
He looks like he didn't expect to go this early.
Yeah, of course not.
Jason's right.
Of course not.
That man is sprinting to the podium.
I mean, look at this. I mean, he's working his own form of sign language, isn't he, Ken? He's
Hey, Jason, what was your thoughts on him? Because I didn't get a chance to do the O-line too much.
Oh, I like him. I think he's probably.
Is this a reach right here, or is this?
It's a reach. It's definitely a reach for value. Now we are in the range where it's like, okay, if you're going to reach here, that's okay. Like if you went in the top five, it'd be ridiculous. But if you look at guards that you are not going to be in love with because of their position flexibility, right?
Let me ask you this: is he not a guy that plays well in space? Is he like a road grader type?
Yeah, he's got a little road grader, but there's some tape where he's got the bear in a phone booth.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can work really well in tight space, but he can also move guys. The thing is, as I don't know if it was Glassman or somebody earlier said that there isn't a Joe Thomas type in this draft, and that's true. So my thing is, are we really taking the best guard in an average offensive line class at 12?
Well, Jason, by the way, you had him 34 on your big board. So 34, again, you had him as the 32nd pick in your mock draft. I didn't have him going in the first round. So
the only reason I even put him there was it felt like a Philadelphia Eagle thing to do.
At 32, not at 12.
At 32,
so,
yeah.
Well, I mean, let me ask you this, Jason. Watching Jerry Jones glad hand everybody in the room like they just won the Super Bowl, you have to admit it's ridiculous.
It is. It's very cowboy of them to do.
Yeah, and right about now, the great show out of Dallas that a former colleague of mine from the WOUB in Athens days that I used to work with, Dan McDowell, I'm wondering what they're saying on the Dumb Zone live broadcast right now, based out of Dallas and being centric on the Cowboys.
I cannot believe that there are many Cowboy fans right now that are jumping up and down and
no, because
they
that's a
were
whole
looking for a weapon or like a pass rush or something. They were looking for a sexy pick. And offensive guard is not a sexy pick.
I'll tell you what they're going to end up doing. They're going to end up scratching a royalty check to the Cleveland Browns, because with the offensive line losses they've had in the offseason, a classic example of create a hole, fill a hole, and the Browns trademarked that probably about 25 years ago. It's what the Browns always do in the first round. Like the year they cut Javal Sheard, 2013, I think, and took Barkevious Mingo at 6. Create a hole, fill a hole. That's all the Browns ever do. So
you had to bring up Mingo.
Yeah, I had to bring up Mingo. Sorry about that. I'm sorry if you're having a flashback, buddy.
Bro,
but that's
I could describe for you in every detail.
Okay.
Where I was, what time of day it was, what it looked like, what the weather was like.
Okay.
The moment I found out that they were, and I don't remember what I wanted them to do, but it was not take Barkevious Mingo, because 24 hours earlier, Barkevious Mingo was a consensus 25 to 50 kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah. And when I'm literally outside at my front door and my phone buzzes before I walk in the door, and I pull it out and I look at it, and I literally like start turning around and like, am I being punked?
Yeah.
Like I forgot who they wanted, but it, let's just say it was like a left tackle or wide receiver or something. And then you're gonna get the outside linebacker.
Yeah.
Who was thought to be a coverage guy.
Right.
And he wasn't even good at that.
Yeah, a real silly season pick on that. I want to say a next stretch here of the show presented to you by the Reigning for Hope Foundation, reigningforhope.org, the very, very finest in equine therapy. So if you happen to be based anywhere in and around the north coast of America here, this is from Olmsted Township, Ohio, and one of the great farms anywhere for equine therapy for folks who are going through any type of trauma that they are looking to recover from, particularly of a youth variety, but basically works for anyone dealing with trauma, including victims of various types of assault. Reigningforhope.org, the Reigning for Hope Foundation. But yes, the flashbacks of Barkevious Mingo are traumatic as well. Not to liken it to that, but they are kind of traumatic.
I want to give you something that I think Browns fans and other fans could relate to. So in 2000, I was in New York City and I went to the NFL draft. I just started Sportsology, and I'm like, we're going to do some coverage from the NFL draft, and I couldn't get credentialed. So I go there. They take Chad Pennington. I am happy, right? I like Chad Pennington, and Chad Pennington had a nice career. Probably if he didn't hurt his shoulder, he'd have been better. The minute they get rid of him, he goes to the Dolphins and they make the playoffs. But that's beside the point. I like Chad. What I didn't know is that there was an older scout in the room telling Bill Belichick to draft Tom Brady. That's what I didn't know.
Wow.
That's what I found out later. And so it's like, see, this is the kind of thing. It's like that day you're like, oh, yeah, Chad Pennington, this is great. And then you find out like 6 years later that, oh, yeah, they could have drafted Brady because somebody there knew about him and they didn't do it.
Honestly, though, would Brady have been Brady if he went to the Jets?
Well,
that's like Sam Darnold going to the Jets. You guys ruined him.
No.
Come on.
Okay, I understand where you're going.
Okay.
With that, but back then with Parcells there, I think he could have been. I will
was
tell
Parcells
you.
Still there? How long was Parcells there?
He was there for like what, 3 years?
I don't think he was there in 2000, Russ.
I think he was.
Because that was, remember, in 99, Belichick was going to replace him there. And then
but I think he was still there through the draft and then left. Hold on.
Okay. Now, he might have been in the front office. He might have been.
He was. That's what it was. He went.
He
changed over into the front office after.
Okay. But whoever the coach was,
Yeah, but
would they have?
But I'll tell you this, and you make a point. Back when the Jets could have drafted Josh Allen, I liked Josh Allen. I was like, wow, this guy, looks like he could be a terrific quarterback. Look, I don't know anything. I'm not like Jason when it comes to NFL draft. Nothing near it. I do a little bit of writing for it in the collectibles world.
Well,
I'm a hockey draft guy, but
you're the Jason of the NHL world, Russ.
Right. But what I did do was ask somebody when I ran into a really terrific football writer out of Buffalo. I said, just out of curiosity, had the Jets taken Allen, would they have corrected him like the Bills did. And he said, no way. And I'm like, I agree with you.
Okay.
And that's a situation where in that regard, I agree with that. Back then, maybe the Jets could have done something with Brady, but Josh Allen, the Jets would have, like those issues that he had the first year and change, they never would have fixed them. So I agree with that.
Well, if anybody remembers the Ralph Wiggum Simpsons clip of where his heart breaks in real time here, prepare for that to be the case as I watch the Dolphins on the clock. Although Kenneth Grant, I got to say, I mean, I guess I can't really.
Yeah, you can.
I can't really fart at that one too much, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's who I had going in the mock draft. It's one of those things.
I thought you were going to puff your chest that you called that one.
Well, I will. I will. I'll puff my chest that I got that one right. But that's a thing where it's like, I don't know, like, and defensive tackle. I don't mean to say that it's necessarily a luxury. I don't mean to suggest that. But for a team that has been just an extreme, inordinate amount of stars and scrubs in recent years, like, oh, whoopee, you got the Christian Wilkins replacement a year later. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. What are we doing here? I don't know. While we ponder what we're doing here, I will say the next part of this here, the next segment, is this was referenced by Russ a second ago here, established in the year 2000, Sportsology, sportsology.info. You can check that out for all things in the major sports here. Wrestling as well, as you see with Gunther right there.
Yeah, we got an exclusive with Gunther.
Yeah, yeah. Impressive. You jinxed him. He's no longer the world heavyweight champion, but that's
not my problem. That's not my problem.
You know, but that's where, and you know, info on collectibles, all kinds of things, great multimedia as well, sportsology.com. But yeah, so thoughts on that? I mean, Jason, I'll ask you, like, you know, what should I be thinking as a Dolphins fan about that pick there?
You know, it's funny. I didn't expect you to go the stars and scrubs angle, but
yeah, you have to with the Dolphins. Chris Greer should be fired. That man sucks.
You would probably be able to speak to the depth of the roster a little better.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever noticed that if you talk to anybody or anytime somebody references the Dolphins,
mm-hmm.
Tyreek Hill, Waddle.
Okay. Yeah.
Derek.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all there is.
Yeah.
Now, do they have some other players? Did they
functional
have
players in spots? Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, this is one of those teams where, like, if you're approaching this like this is a meat and potatoes kind of draft,
yeah,
and they're just like shoring up that. Okay, I get it. But even as we're looking at the top available, I don't understand. It almost feels like some of these teams are just picking what they figured out last night, and they're not paying attention to what's actually happening.
Yeah,
Jason,
that's true.
Hey, I gotta ask you: did you have Grant higher than Graham?
No, but it wasn't that far off.
Okay, all right.
Now, and this is a positional thing, right? So, like, they run a 3-4 in Miami.
Right.
So Grant's a straight up traditional nose. He will eat 2 blockers a play. I literally was just scrolling on the internet moments ago, and I saw, of course, the Cleveland Browns officially put out a thing on their Facebook account, and the first comment, "Oh, you got a real nose. This is the next Aaron Donald." I need you to stop before you even get started. Graham is not a nose tackle.
Okay.
Start there. Now, is he an aggressive defensive tackle that gets penetration? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But let's not get crazy. Kenneth Grant in Miami makes perfect sense because he's a nose tackle and he's the best one in this draft class.
Okay.
2 weeks from now, you could ask me about Mason Graham, and I still might not have a good answer for why that's supposed to make sense. Now,
yeah,
is he going to help Garrett? Is he going to help the run defense? Is he going to help the front seven? Absolutely. But, like, and I hate to give another Cleveland media person some love right now, but I'm going to just because I cannot wait to see it.
Go for it.
G. Bush is going to lose his ever-loving mind. He has been saying for 3 months, you better not have the number 2 pick and come out of the first round with a damn defensive tackle. So
a guy who's a hero of Chris's. I'm going to distinguish Chris from me on this one. Chris, because the guy is a fellow Bobcat. That doesn't do anything for me in this regard.
Galloway's a big G. Bush fan?
I think he's been known to email the show, so I guess that tells you all you need to know. But
I got to mention something here, Rick.
Yeah.
So, they're showing the pick of Tyler Warren, and,
Tyler Warren to the Colts, by the way. I called it. You're welcome, Jason. He's not going to the Ravens.
And that's welcome. A good pick. But all of a sudden, they decide to show him playing Little League baseball, and he's literally 1.5 feet bigger than everybody else on the field, and he hits a home run like it's a real shock. Is he going to be the Chris Drury of football? Are we going to hear about this now for the next 15 years in his NFL career that he hit? I mean, like Chris Drury at least won the Little League World Series. I don't even know this. He just won a game. Who cares?
Here's a very
looks like a bouncer at a third-rate Pittsburgh area bar.
This is a very dated reference. It was just but is he am I getting the name right? Is he the Danny Almonte of the modern era? Oh, wow. Is that the guy? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The guy that was like the guy that was like 26 when he was playing Little League. Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
I'm not going to say that, but he clearly he was 1.5 feet bigger than everybody who was basically clapping at home plate and congratulating him. They were half his size.
Yeah, like you could watch, I don't know, Tatis Jr. or Ellie De La Cruz or any of those guys hit a home run, and when they get to home plate, the canopy situation is not going to exist with that Tyler Warren situation.
That's right.
He's going to have to get all the way down and get up under there.
That's right. That's right. We got that is quite a situation there. So we have a couple of FDH Lounge dignitaries I see that are in the green room right now. So bringing in the great Derek Allen, the youngest of our group here, one who is tied in, more clued in to the world of gambling than most. So I don't know. I mean, I'll start by asking Derek, you got any action down on here tonight? The over under on any of these guys or anything of that nature?
I wish I had, but I mean, Cam Ward going first was a given. I mean, Travis Hunter going second was not surprising, but I mean, maybe I missed the coverage. But like as a Browns fan, I'm sure you're pumped with what the Jags traded away to get Travis Hunter. Like, I mean, hey, I get it. He plays two positions, won the Heisman, but like, do you really are the Jags just trading away their entire the next 2 years of their draft for Travis Hunter is wild. So I'm happy for you Browns fans.
Well, they'll be glad to hear it. Most of the Browns fans I've been talking to thus far are not real happy. By the way, I don't know if there's any tweaks to be made on your end, Derek, but you're giving Stephen Hawking a little bit there with your audio. So I don't know if there's
Star Wars.
Okay. Hey, he's a big Star Wars guy. How fitting is that?
These AirPods are dying on me.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you mustering up for the effort here. And certainly glad to have you in here. And as far as any of the various types of bets that are out there, there is always the prop bets right now, as far as who is going to be going in what spot and everything like that. And you start to get into some of these other ones as well, where these different places. Some of them are not as classy as the other ones, I have to say too. Like this one place, somebody told me they had Cam Ward at plus 340 as the most likely guy to be boofing alcohol in the green room. I don't think that's very classy if there's places that are taking bets on that. But that's there's all kinds of different betting angles that are going on here with this. But you've got Arizona coming up in a couple of picks here, which I know is, of course, nearest and dearest to your heart, Derek. So in the mock draft that Jason Jones did, Jahdae Barron was the pick. And for myself, as well, we had a concurrence on that. Certainly you could definitely use help at cornerback. What are your thoughts with Arizona looming in a few picks here?
The word I'm hearing has always been Matthew Golden, at least from the fan base.
Okay.
So based on what's left, I think that there's a high likelihood.
Okay.
I think, obviously Marvin Harrison last year, maybe go again with a pretty star wideout again. I'd be happy with that based on what's still available, but I don't know. And then the other side, I could see Monty doing a trade. He has that. He comes from that Patriots culture of that GM culture of, let's plan for the future and let's build off the draft. So if he thinks, he can get high value with trading away the 16th, then maybe he does it.
Very possibly, and it's kind of while I'm grateful that it worked itself out here, it is kind of ironic that the kind of Star Wars sound you were giving off there has dissipated. Now you sound fine, just as the other Star Wars guy, Jason Jones, is back on here. So good to have you guys back on here together as part of our
scale. Derek and I can just have a Star Wars conversation.
Yes, you've done that before. Yes, after further review with Jones, the great show here, and well, let's see what the old screen share works like with 4 of us. Oh, not too bad. All right, next segment here, brought to you by the fine books of Maya Master, the $1 trillion baby, the fine books. You can find them on Amazon. Until You Make It, Journey to Self Poetry for the Soul, also On the Rocks, Journey to Self Poetry for the Soul Book 2, and Everything I Didn't Say, Journey to Self Poetry for the Soul Book 1, available on Amazon.com and fine booksellers everywhere, I'm sure. So great to be able to mention those as well. And so, Jason, you and I both thought that Barron would be going to Arizona. The pick is in for them here, and we'll have to see if we were right about that. But as I said to Derek, I mean, his Cardinals could certainly do a lot worse than that, I would say.
Yeah, I think we're still on Atlanta, but
we are still on Atlanta, yes. But I'm just jumping ahead because of Derek.
Now it's funny, when we do this, there's always some sort of looking at the roster, looking at positional needs and stuff like that. And my thing went straight to, there's not a corner here that I think scares anybody, which is why I say Johnny Barron, because while I don't even want to say his name, I'm so mad. Travis Hunter's the best corner in the draft. Depending on your perspective, most people are leaning into Will Johnson, which is just a straightforward, in-your-face kind of corner. The thing with Jahdae Barron, which would be interesting, is he's one of those guys that you can move all over the defensive backfield.
Right.
Now that I've said all of that, you still got Kyler Murray. Defenses were keying in on Marvin Harrison Jr. last season. So this idea of Matthew Golden, especially since I had him going at 12, actually would really be a nice pick, because they are conceptually very different types of receivers. And you could foresee a situation where between those two guys, there's not a route on the route tree is not covered. So that is definitely an appealing way to go. And if they went that, I would love Matthew Golden here more than I would like Tedero McMillan had it gone that way. Just because it feels like now you're just pairing up the same guy, essentially. Even though Marvin Harrison, he didn't have a great rookie year, but let's not twist this. Marvin Harrison is way better a prospect than Tedero McMillan. So if we were to give him a quick, fast, shifty little guy on the other side, I think that's a home run for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I would think so.
Rick, did you hear about what the Giants offered Tennessee for the first overall pick? They tried to get it.
Okay, what was it?
Adam Schefter said that at one point they offered this year's first and next year's first, and Tennessee said no.
Okay.
Wild. I would have taken that.
Yeah, but if you're Tennessee, I mean, where's going to be your chance to get another quarterback like that?
Do we really think Cam Ward is Mahomes 2.0?
No. I mean, and that was in the show open where we kind of teased that. But no, I don't think so. I don't know that anybody does. And I know the Scout Ken Becks from firstdownscouting.com, the number one stdownscouting.com. I know you, buddy. You had some spicy thoughts on him as well.
Oh, on Cam?
Yes.
I wasn't a big I really wasn't a big fan of his. Believe it or not, I don't think
sure.
There was really nothing exceptional in his game that I seen that spotlighted him to go first overall. I mean, I think he's like a 15 through 30 type guy once he's a starter in the league. That's just me.
That's a grim kind of a thought. Something that is
real quick, just for everybody that's watching.
Yeah.
Right? There are two different conversations happening at once here. So on one side, does Tennessee take the best quarterback in this draft class based on only that? I mean, you can watch the tape and you can say there's a lot of things you like, but at the end of the day, they're picking the best quarterback in a not so great quarterback class.
Sure.
So secondarily to that, if we're going to talk about, well, what would they have done if they don't take Cam Ward? The answer should have been probably a Travis Hunter type. But then we got to look at this in a 2-year block.
Right.
Even though Nico, former Tennessee Vol, may have screwed his future draft prospects.
Hopefully.
There are no
not that I'm bitter or anything.
There are no less than at least 5 first-round quarterbacks next year that I would probably take over Cam Ward.
Wow.
100%.
Minimum 4.
100%.
You're looking at, and I'm not, if we consider the idea that Arch Manning might be in next year's draft, I strongly do not agree that would be the case.
Okay.
If you put him in there, you're still talking about like a Lenoris Sellers might be the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in next year's draft. And I'd probably take him over Cam Ward.
I mean, we had 2 tight ends in this first round. Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. There's 1 quarterback taken so far. Like, everything Jason is saying is so when you're seeing tight ends taken over quarterbacks, like this is a weak quarterback draft class.
But by the way, on the notion of Cam Ward, or I'm sorry, of Arch Manning coming back to play his senior season, I say this with love. Jason is not afraid to go out on a big limb here. Because back in the old Sports Talk Network days, he had Greg Oden down for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 years at Ohio State, which he played a quarter of that. So I say it with love, Jason. I say it with love.
To be fair, sources, the source of the inspiration matters, right?
Yes.
The reason I leaned so hard into that, it wasn't just Oden, it was Conley too.
Yes,
was because they both went on TV. And said that they did not go to Ohio State to be one and done. They went to build something and make this bit. And they basically sold the idea that they were going to stick around for a long time. Then they made the decision to jump in the draft less than a month later.
Yeah, that's true. And
Rick, I actually have a signed Greg Oden jersey, personalized signed jersey in my collection because he was doing something with one of the video game companies. So we got invited to a junket. We met him. They played against the Sixers. He played great. I probably saw one of the only games that Greg Oden ever played great in the NBA.
I love it. There's nothing like a good Greg Oden story here. Before we get to the Cardinals pick and before we get to, I have a visual on screen, but before we do that, I do want to mention, because we talked about here previously, Russ, you had talked about it's about to be NHL draft season. So when that comes up, the place you want to be getting all your poop from is NHL Draft Buzz, NHLDraftBuzz.com. You want to go there. And Russ, as we all know, the finest source that anyone could find for tidbits about this or any year's NHL draft.
Hey, thanks. I wanted to know if I could throw out a philosophical question here that has come up in the NHL drafting world that I think could come up in the NFL drafting world. And that is, and I had this debate online, and I'm happy to have it here. So when we hear best player available, so to me, the only time it's a best player available if there's a consensus on who that next pick is, which is rare, right? Like, I mean, again, like if you'd have said, hey, like in hockey, Macklin Celebrini, he's a consensus. Okay, so that would be the best player available. But in the NFL, like it's according to who? It's according to that team's scouts. So like when I hear fans say best player available, I just think it's a buzzword. It doesn't mean anything because it's subjective still. What do you guys
think? It is.
That's the key right there.
Yeah.
Is that when we talk about best player available in both NBA and NFL, you are acknowledging that best player available is a subjective concept. you're saying that when my team is on the board or on the clock and they're going to pick best player available, they're just going to pick somebody they like a lot. But that is in no way suggesting that player is a consensus. That's the best player available for every team, as we just saw with Arizona. And I do think you should probably give Derek a minute to react to this.
Well, yes.
The weirdest first round I've seen in a long time.
Right there with you, Jason.
The pick is in.
We'll talk about
it
internally.
Yeah. Okay.
As we've been talking, I don't hate this because we've had a lot of trouble with getting to the quarterback with interior rush and exterior rush, to be honest.
Okay.
And so I don't
Both types of rush, Jason.
I trust the process here. I would have wideouts are fun, offense is fun, but I'll trust it. I don't know. Well, I like the upside. I like the, and to caveat off of what we were saying with best available, what I like to harken back to is the 2012 NFL draft. And if you remember, I think it was 2012, and draft grades. Bleacher Report at that time gave Seattle an F in that draft. You know who they picked in that draft in 2012?
The heart of basically that defense that would win the Super Bowls.
Bruce Irvin,
also
Russell Wilson,
yeah. So
the two of the best defensive players to play the game, and the quarterback that won them the Super Bowl. So, the best available in the draft grades. It's all fun, but
I want to follow up on two of your points there, Derek. One on the best available, and that's a thing where, and as the guy who, and I've said that Jason is the lead guy in our NFL draft coverage every year in Pro Football Draftology 2025, available on the main page at fantasydrafthelp.com. Jason's the main guy for the player rankings, top 50 overall. He got his mock draft and my mock draft. Of the small couple of areas that I handle, one of the ones is team needs, which I'm very passionate about. I'm very radical on this. Russ, to go back to your day, perhaps you might say I'm like a Weather Underground radical, perhaps on
my
whole
brother
side.
was a Weather Underground guy, not me. But
really? Okay, well, that's
yeah.
That's amazing. I thought you'd pop for the historical reference. Well, I'm a radical on the notion of you fill holes. Like you don't have to fill your foremost hole or your second one if you're reaching, but you fill holes. And what the Browns have done so many times over the years, that's where we thought it was the best player available. And the Cavs, during the era when the Cavs sucked, when it was Jim Paxton as the GM and some of these other guys turn of the century and around then, we thought we were the best player available. So it gets used as a license for stupidity when, as you guys have said, it's a subjective notion in the first place. I mean, you could probably cite examples too, Ken. Yeah. I mean, it absolutely is. As to your other point, Derek, as far as Nolan goes, I don't love the value on that. I had him going to 32 to Philadelphia. Now, Jason had him going 21 to Pittsburgh. So Jason had him going more so in the range. I don't know if I love the value.
Yeah, the value is interesting because, again, we talked about this in the first hour, and that is just because you like a guy there doesn't mean you should sit there and take him.
Right.
So if it were me, I would have rather, hoping that you could still pull it off, drop back into 20, 21, 22, somewhere in there, and then still get that guy. Now, what's interesting about him, he does have some, let's just be vague and call it off the field concerns. But after that, he's a monster. To be honest with you, if Cleveland was going to trade back, I would have been more excited about Nolan in the teens than Graham at 5. So I understand that maybe this fills a gap, and I'm building to something here. This fills a gap for them, and it is going to make that defense better. But again, when we're talking about first round, like Ken said, if you're high enough, you're assuming that guy's going to be a certain thing. Now, the fun part for Derek is, I don't know if you caught this, but during the NFL Combine, he was interviewed, and he was asked that Aaron Donald is your favorite player, right? And then they showed a video message from Aaron Donald to Walter Nolan, basically saying, I love the confidence, keep grinding, keep doing it. So who knows? Is he going to be the next Aaron Donald? I doubt it, but I think he's a solid pick. And I think there's something to be excited for there. The interesting thing will be Golden is still on the board, which means the run on receivers hasn't happened yet. And if that run doesn't happen for a while, we could be potentially looking at a scenario where I don't know the Golden falls all the way out of the first round, but you are talking about Ibuka being there.
Yeah.
Everybody behind him, which, 24 hours ago, I was thinking Ibuka makes his way into the first round. Golden long gone by now. And then now you're looking at the second round and everything kind of spreads out. There might be a run on receiver and where Arizona could still get somebody very, very good that they might have reached on or traded back in to get, and they might be able to just sit and pick them right there.
Ibuka is going to be a steal for somebody. I'm perplexed that he is not considered.
Did I give you my comp on him? I told a friend of mine this. It blew
What's
his
the comp?
mind.
What's your comp?
I think Emeka Ibuka.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Wow.
He's the receiver in the draft.
Not saying you're wrong.
We're not even thinking about, and he might go on to be the best all around, fully complete. Can block, can catch, can run deep, can run shallow. I really think Ibuka might end up being one of these guys we look back at years from now and say that dude was a relative steal.
Would not shock me. That's entirely possible. I want to give a chance to cue in here, and anybody who's been seeing this, anybody that's watching us right now for a period of time here, the fifth box up on the screen here. So vaunted veteran of FDH draft coverage, Chris Galloway, who we've been able to get on at various points in time during the night, somewhere from the heartland of America on Interstate 90. He is not, I swear to God, he is not driving a white Bronco right now, nor is he being pursued, but he is somewhere out there in America, and he must have some thoughts on this, with this being an AFC North pick, as Shamar Stewart goes off the board to Cincinnati at number 17 here. So let me throw it to you, Chris. Somewhere from the bowels of middle America here on the highway, your thoughts on what the Bengals did.
I'm now on I-80, and I'm east of Eckert, Indiana. Elkhart, sorry, Elkhart, Indiana.
Okay.
So I am.
Derek's probably going, what the hell is that?
I'm speeding east.
Okay.
To destinations unknown. Well, I mean, look, they need defensive help, man. I mean, the Bengals need defensive help. That defense was horrendous last year. So I understand the pick.
Yeah.
I think it has two angles.
Okay.
First of all, he was one of the fast risers.
Yeah.
He's one of these guys that doesn't have great statistical production.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put the tape on, good God, physically he's a beast. So there's going to have to be some coaching there.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a hard time sitting here right now knowing that Jahdae Barron is on the board, Jahad Campbell is on some of the best defensive players in this draft are still on the board. This feels like a game of chicken because Shamar, if push comes to shove, Shamar could absolutely replace Hendricks.
Yeah.
Or Hendrickson. Now, that's how the Bengals might be looking at this. I don't know that I'm ready to say Shamar is a candidate to, in the future, be a DPOY candidate, which Hendrickson was. But this feels like a pick where they're just kind of hedging their bets. Like, yes, he's a great defender, and he'll probably be very good for them. But also, if there's some shenanigans come the season, they probably feel okay that they could replace him with Shamar Stewart and be okay. I don't know.
I don't think they can. I don't think they re-sign Hendrickson because they're spending so much money on the other side of the ball. I don't think they can afford to.
Yeah, they kind of made a decision like we're just going to beat teams 48-45.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. I don't know that they can afford to put a whole lot of money on the defensive side.
Yeah, probably not. By the way, and something where I've made this observation previously, but can I ask our great cavalry veteran Derek here this. Thoughts on, it seems like the natural here, isn't it? Jihad Campbell going to Sean McDermott. I mean, that kind of writes itself, does it not?
I mean, in a way, I mean, it's overall. I mean, I keep looking to the left because that's where my iPad is that has the draft up. I mean, it's Jake's kind of already said it. It is a weird draft with the way the board is going, and I kind of wonder if where NIL has taken the game, if that's having an impact on how not just the scouts are evaluating, but how these GMs are evaluating. Are we looking, or is it becoming now that, okay, now there's a new factor of how we evaluate these players of, hey, maybe this person has a lot of NIL money and they don't really care about going to the NFL. So like they obviously want to, but I wonder if that's kind of thrown off a lot of these boards.
Very possibly.
I could speak to this because a couple weeks ago, I spoke to Jay Paterno. There's an article on sportsology.com. I did like half of our conversation. I'm saving the other half. So we talked about NILs because he's on the board of trustees for Penn State. And right now they're waiting for that, case to get settled. But he did say, and he was telling me about a lot of what the NIL money is bringing and how it gets dispersed and all that. And we what Arch Manning's making, which is crazy. Because my original thought was when Jason says he's probably not going to leave next year. Yeah, because look at he's making millions of dollars. Why would he leave? And that is even becoming an issue now, even in hockey, which doesn't make anywhere near the NIL of football. But I could also tell you there's a number one wrestler in the country for Iowa that makes $1 million a year. A wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
I think Derek's right. I don't know what the guy's name is. I was just told he makes $1 million a year. You look it up.
I believe it.
It's impolite to ask someone to cite sources around here.
As a college wrestler, former myself, I'm very curious. But my dad is obsessed with. He still follows
Carter Starochi.
Yeah, I think that's the guy.
I will take that. I will do that research, Russ.
I will say too. I mean, it is kind of funny. I mean, and this is something where, and it's a shame that we lost Chris again here as he is traveling across America at the moment, because he and I have laughed about this of NIL, of the female athlete variety. It's kind of funny how it's almost uniformly been ones who end up potentially going into modeling or anything like that, or some of them gotten WWE contracts, but because of some of the same traits here and everything like that too. So there hasn't been a whole day, with few exceptions, maybe some of the basketball players, with few exceptions, they haven't really tended to prioritize the athletic feats, as far as the money making there. Yeah. It's been a little lowest common denominator. Right. It seems like on where some of the money has.
Well, that's in my article, Rick, because Jay Paterno said that there's two tracks for NIL. There's
right.
And he used Juju Watkins doing a State Farm commercial as the legitimate, and then the other being synthetic, where it's like a pay to play, like, hey, come to our school and you can get this much. And I know somebody whose kid went to a school for wrestling because he's like top maybe 16 or something in the country.
Yeah.
I was even surprised the NIL money that this school had for the kid, and it lured him there. And so,
so there's NIL. And it's just in my own brain. It's going to sound like I'm quoting Dion. It's going to drive me nuts. Mm-hmm. But there is NIL, which very few players have.
Yeah,
that's like that wrestler or a Juju or Shador Sanders and his $7 million valuation. Mm-hmm. Those are people who are in commercials for companies. Companies are paying that. Right. Everybody else, the money goes from a collective, and this is where that lawsuit comes into play.
Yeah.
There's a collective everywhere. Now, up until this year, it was up to the individual school to build that up, right? So, for instance, out here, I'll just be scrolling along at night, and I'll see something from Rick George, the athletic director at CU, saying, "Hey guys, feel free. You can contribute over here," and all of that money goes into the collective, and then the collective just says, okay, we've got all these players that are not on NIL. And then what's weird about it now and why the lawsuit might change this, is coaches or whoever were like, no, this guy gets more money because he's more important to the team. Right. Whereas eventually, I think they want to get to a place where they're just like, hey, everybody's got $20 million, and maybe you give Jeremiah Smith a huge chunk, and maybe you give Downs a huge chunk, using Ohio State as an example. But like your second string offensive guard, he's going to make exactly what the long snapper makes or what the third string defensive tackle makes. Yep. It's not about you and your name, image, and likeness. It's just pairs played now, and that typically comes from a collective.
Well, so, by the way, Russ, the next time you go to write a column here, you heard it here first. The first big-time player who's going to stick around purely because of the money is going to be a running back. Because of the way the collective bargaining thing is in the NFL, running backs don't get drafted high. They're the first contract. Maybe they're starting to grow out of that a little bit because of Saquon Barkley, and I think teams need to smarten up a little bit and not be as worried about giving a second contract to these guys. But as long as that's the case, if somebody's head is going to be turned by something, it's going to be that. And I'm sorry, I think you were starting to say something, Derek.
Oh, no, I was just going to come back around and say that when it comes to this stuff, NIL stuff, and going back to the Arch Manning thing, that's a huge part of it, right?
Yeah.
Is he's already going to make more in 1 year of college than he makes in probably 2 years with an NFL contract. So, that's absolutely going to be a thing. And guys and players, both guys and girls, are going to start coming out early less and less frequently.
Yes.
Now, the Arch Manning thing is another angle, though. And that's that Archie, Peyton, Eli have all come out. And even Arch has basically confirmed it, is that he's in no hurry. And the other side that has nothing to do with the money, once you have money and there's no urgent need to go to the draft and go to the league to make money to save your family or whatever, when you don't have that, now the next thing, and this is what Arch is operating on, he wants to be as physically developed as possible when he goes into the NFL, and that's where the NFL is going to benefit. Now, I thought we were 5 years away, but this draft here, I don't know what is going on.
And I'm sure he wants the right fit as well.
Exactly.
Just like his brother did.
The Cooper Flag.
Eli.
Cooper Flag stayed, is going back to Duke, probably in large part because he don't want to play for Charlotte or, whoever, or the Wizards or whoever else is picking real high. So now these guys have more control because there is an urgency to jump to the league.
That's right. There is that.
I want to give you the worst insider update in the history of the NFL draft from Adam Schefter. The NFL schedule is going to be released May 14th. Like, seriously? Is this like, who cares?
We already saw that. More Rutledge and that other person went up there.
You need to do it.
Yeah.
So much for my plan.
By the way, yes. So Emeka Egbuka going to Tampa Bay, a little bit higher than a lot of people had him slated. But Jason, you and I thought he should have been rated in that level. The previous pick, Ray Zabel, offensive lineman from North Dakota State, going to Seattle. So the picks continue to come off the board here at this point. And I want to mention also here too that the next part of this here, as far as being brought to you by our good friend Mike Pujakowski with the great app Points to Love. Let the points lead to love, and available in the Google Play Store. Download on the Apple Store here, and you can check that out. Points to Love, where all points matter. The great site and app from our friend of the show, Mike Pujakowski. So these picks here now, again, Egbuka, I love it as far as, I think he should have been valued in this way. And it's one of these things where I was talking about this off air with somebody the other day. He's not Marvin Harrison Jr. He's not Jeremiah Smith, both of whom were considered generational wide receiver prospects. Jeremiah Smith probably would have gone first in this draft as a true freshman. I mean, should he be penalized for that? He's not as good as them, but he's another standout coming out of wide receiver U. And by the way, if we lump Jamison Williams in with this, because he was in the wide receiver room in 2021, all 6 of the wide receivers in the room in the spring of 2021 have gone in the first round of the NFL draft. It was up to Egbuka. I didn't think he'd do it. I didn't have him going in my mock. He deserved to. Good for him. And Brian Hartline should be in the college.
We've talked about this.
Yeah.
It's not as the pendulum shifted to a not pass first league anymore, and it'll go back in a couple of years.
Right? Yeah.
But when you have the Lions leading the way with Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery, when you have the Eagles winning the Super Bowl with Saquon, we are going back to a run first league, and it's going to be that way for a couple of years because everyone shifted to the cover 2, and then in a couple of years it's going to go back to pass first. So like I'm not shocked that wideout receivers are not top of the board this year, and then it's mainly defense and offensive line.
Well, and that's a good point, Derek. And I want to talk about that because I think it was after week 1 or week 2 last year that there were some of these idiot, and I don't even know who it was. I do not watch any of the bloviating cable shows where people are just, screaming their hot takes at one another, but like, oh, they should ban certain defensive coverages. The way the league has always operated is when it starts to go too far in one direction, the brilliant minds will adjust. And that's basically what's happening. What you're talking about, Derek, I mean, that's a perfect example of that. That was adjustments being made off of those defenses. These defenses are unbeatable. We need to legislate it away. No, Derek, to the point that you're making, teams made adjustments, and that's why the pendulum is swinging back.
100%.
Well, not too long ago, I was talking to a buddy online, and we were going over how the league is going, and I was thinking, I said, if they went back to, with the fullback, nice size running back, tight end wide receivers, I said they could probably take over the league if you did that one year. You had the right type of, because when you got 220-pound, 230-pound linebackers, that's a problem.
It is. And, one could almost say, where have you gone, Mike Allstott? A lonely nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
That's what I was referencing when I was saying
I think there's one fullback in the league now. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, teams have them on their rosters for, that type, but they're basically the 53rd man on the roster, right?
But they teams kind of do the elusive back, power back thing. Like
right.
The Lions kind of set the standard with it.
Sure.
So I think while the fullback has gone away, teams are moving back towards that 2 different running back type style. Like I honestly, my prediction going into this draft was there'd be a run on running backs. We clearly didn't see it today, which isn't overly surprised, but I do think tomorrow we will see a run on running backs. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Scatterbo goes in the first 5 or at least the first 10 at most, but I think the first 5. I think there will be I think we'll see a run at running back. I guess no pun intended, because of the success you saw with Philadelphia, with Detroit, with a lot of these teams that literally went run first and saw massive success.
Yeah, and it is a good draft for running backs. That's part of it also too.
Rick, can I bring up a scenario that could come up with the
Steelers what do you got?
Pick? So the scenario that could come up with the Steelers pick is, and this is completely out of spite, but Jeff fans will be behind me. I think there should be an Aaron Rodgers cam, because I think if Shedeur Sanders is taken by the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers won't have a job.
And it would be fun to see that.
It would.
See that expression.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Sanders, and again, maybe it's lazy on my part because of Stewart being there over the years, but I mean, Sanders feels like a Steelers pick. I don't know. It feels like that would be something that they would be leaning into. But I mean,
Shedeur would definitely have a certain level of respect for Tomlin, and I think there's a lot going on with Shedeur, and Shedeur is one of those prospects that isn't necessarily going to be content with just being a superstar in football, right? So I think the concern with a lot of teams is, how do you deal with that? So I think that's actually a coaching and front office situation that would probably be really good.
And that's
that being said, I swear if he goes there and he's good, I don't know.
Well, can I just say, on reflection, is there a team in the league in the last 15 years that's had more high-end wide receiver divas than the Steelers? I mean, do you think that might be informing them a little bit, right? Think about it, Derek. Like, do you not a wide receiver, but do you want to bring another guy like that into the room? I mean, Mike Tomlin's been pulling out his hair based on, the guys that they've had.
It's the fact that the Steelers never won a Super Bowl when they had Ben, Lev Bell, and AB is still wild. But maybe that either lends to the fact that you can have the best regular season ever with the Divas, but you'll never win a championship.
Yeah.
Or maybe it lends to how, I don't know, like how Tomlin wrangles those guys. I don't know. But there's an interesting case study there when you go back to that early 2010s era of the Steelers that was just so dominant but just couldn't get past, the Peyton Denvers and the Brady but they were in that league again with Peyton running things at Denver and Brady obviously being Brady. So, but it's.
I could speak to Santonio Holmes when he became a Jet. I was shocked he even left the Steelers, and he was really good. Like Santonio Holmes was really good.
What's going on?
Well. And we'll get to what, and Jason's reacting to what just happened. We'll get to that in a moment. But on Santonio Holmes, I want to make a follow-up point about that and tie it in here. That Derek was talking about the Steelers not winning a Super Bowl in the 2010s there. I still say, being the hater that I am, that the Steelers' last Super Bowl was tainted. Because you know what? Somewhere right now in America, Santonio Holmes is still juggling that football that he allegedly caught, air quotes, against Eric's Cardinals in the Super Bowl. So that was a tainted thing there because of officiating, just like it was tainted when they quote unquote beat the Seahawks years earlier. So we can wipe both of their quote unquote Super Bowl wins off the map here in the 20th century. Jason getting a little bit exercised here on the subject of Jahdae Barron. His fall was arrested by, ironically, the Denver Broncos. So Jason will be seeing that up close. By the way, and I teased this before, one of the times when you had to step away, but I know there's been a new turn here. You've been a veteran of the Denver area media scene for a number of years here, but a new platform for you. So take it away, Jason. Expound on that.
Well, again, whenever we have these conversations, you have to talk about the difference between what's going on in the closed door meetings in the front office versus what is being said from fans, media, random people, all that. The notion was it's going to be running back. The question is Denver trading up to get Genty? Does Amari and Hampton fall to them? But I'm sure if you polled those two groups, fans and media, like 90% would have said it's running back, whatever that is, whichever running back that is. So there was no conversation about defensive secondary.
No, not at all. Not at all.
You got Patrick Surtain as the rating defensive player of the year. You also, I forget the other kid's name. He's the other white corner. But that was not a huge area of concern. Now,
hey, Jason. By the way, I gotta say this. You ever notice when they bring up about the white corner, they always talk about he was real athletic in high school. what does that have to do?
When he was competing against rural white kids.
No, what takes this comment to the next level is that there was oh God. Well, first of all, I'm assuming most I don't know, maybe Ken does. Most people on this panel probably don't know who Gilly is. But I've completely lost my train of thought. But anyway, the notion with Denver was they're taking a running back. They're always going to take a running back. Oh, white corner. Video has surfaced of Cooper DeJean, who Gilly calls, they literally call him the white corner, where he's playing basketball in high school. And it looks like the short white kid version of when we would watch LeBron James at St. V's.
Yeah.
But he is just yoking on these poor future finance majors. It was bad. But your point.
It sounds like Robbie Benson in the movie One-on-One. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. But they always have
I forgot about
if there's a white corner, they gotta say, oh, he was athletic once upon a time.
Right.
He isn't now.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, this draft is so weird.
It is.
Like if you would have said of all the teams in the whole first round, put a percentage of like confidence on each pick.
Yeah.
Amari and Hampton at 20 to Denver would have been like 97.
Yeah, you and I both had it. You and I both had it, and that's the thing where before I introduce our next gentleman coming in here, Jason, I want to ask you, I'm starting to think it was a little bit of a faux pas when I asked you to deliver a plug on that thing here yet. Are we not ready to talk about this other thing yet? Or the other the plug I invited to give you for your writing? Are we not ready to?
Yeah, I wouldn't go there yet.
All right. Okay. All right. I didn't want to put my foot in my mouth on that. We'll get to that later. All right. So another great FDH Lounge dignitary, our West Coast correspondent. We have truly gone coast to coast now. Ben Chu getting into the room. And so, we appear to have lost Derek. I hope we haven't lost him. But anyways, regardless, welcome to the proceedings, Ben Chu.
To be fair, Rick, we're in a timeline where Walter Nolan, an Ole Miss D tackle, got a 16th pick, and we're in a time where like Greg Zabel got an 18th pick of all things. So
well, we already did a plug previously for the top 75 players in pro basketball history, but now you have the three authors here on the show, so it's good to have that. And it's
we're forced for me to come into a timeline. That's all I have to
say. So it's been quite an evening, and one of the funniest things about this, the one sort of common thread is, and I don't count myself among the people who are emotionally invested in the Browns, but we've had a few on the show here tonight. Jason, Chris Galloway, Bob Glassman. Then you've got me as a Dolphins fan, and you've got Derek as a Cardinals fan. All three teams taking defensive tackles. All three of us, I was like, okay, I guess. I mean, that's been the reaction.
Rick, I use the rule. It's like if we look through the history of any recent NFL drafts, like if you're taking that many defensive tackles, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, no. I mean, and look, and my Dolphins, I think, got the cream of the crop, but I'm still sitting here like he's just a Christian Wilkins replacement. Like,
can I bring up something about the running backs for a minute?
Let's talk about Russ. Talk about the running backs.
Yeah. I'm not the guy. I'm gonna push this on Jason because the rumor out there is that the Jets are shopping Breece Hall, which would personally make me sick to my stomach. But if they do trade him and the Jets pick 42nd, I think the Jets might take a running back, or with this other pick, the Jets might take a running back. So Jason, what do you think about that?
I would, and actually, where'd Ken go? We just brought Breece Hall and Ken walks away?
Okay. Well, Ken
so real quick.
Let me just say that was very indiscreet of you to ask that, Jason. Because
it's a weird
nature calls. It has a tendency here. Jason, putting you on blast while you're gone, like, where's Ken? We're talking about Breece Hall.
I thought the toilet.
No. We want your thoughts on Breece Hall because Russ said that he may be on the market. What are your thoughts on that?
Real quick before Ken starts, because I want to give him the floor on this.
Okay.
If I was a Jets fan, I would be very annoyed by moving Breece Hall when you finally seem to be in a position where you could just make him the feature.
Did they trade him?
No. He's just a rumor. They're talking about potentially shopping him.
Wow.
If they do that, and if they can even, I wouldn't even say
that would be insanity.
Yes,
I wouldn't worry about 42. I'd worry about are you trading him to get another pick somewhere, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. It could be at the bottom of the first round, like maybe.
Right. Could so, if we just use our own biases here, I don't know how much I love Jerome Ford or how much the team is married to Jerome Ford. And when I saw that they were considering moving him, I immediately went back to stuff Ken was saying a year or two ago about him and going, I would trade a second or third round pick for Breece Hall right now. So with that being said, Ken, you watched all his tape. You broke him down. And I think you said that he was the best back in that class, regardless of what everybody else was saying.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Now, I know he got injured and everything, and the Jets really don't run him like they should. He only gets like maybe 10, 15 carries. That ain't going to cut it. But, like, he has the potential to get that. I know it's like third year, fourth year, whatever, but, like, man, he's like a legitimate perennial type Pro Bowl type guy if you give the rock to him.
Yeah.
And he's a guy that can catch the ball out the backfield and take it to the house. I mean, I don't know what the Jets are doing.
Well, all right. So there's two things. So I would say during the Super Bowl, I interviewed Thurman Thomas, and I asked him about Breece Hall, and he loves him, right? Because I wanted to get somebody else's opinion, because I know Breece Hall is sort of getting wasted with the Jets because their offensive line stinks, and just like you said, Ken, they don't use them right now.
Right.
The reason that there's the thought process about him getting traded is, obviously contract soon. But Aaron Glenn said, like, we're happy to use 3 running backs, and it's like you don't need 3 running backs when you have Breece Hall. That is, to me, the worst thing that I heard so far of Aaron Glenn, and I like Aaron Glenn. I've met him. I think he's a good guy, but that bothered me.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you brought that up. I meant to bring up earlier when I was talking about the fullback and everything. I'm kind of getting like sick of this. You need a main back anymore?
Yeah,
I'm this split back and 2 or 3 guys. That sounds good. And I know what they're trying to probably do is cut down, the price on the running back position is really what it's coming down to. But at the end of the day, when you have a Breece Hall, give him the rock 20 plus.
No substitute.
I mean, on the ground, in the air. I mean, what
you need a bell cow. Yeah. No substitute for a bell cow.
He's that guy I talk about at the running back position that can find a hidden yardage.
Yeah.
And there's not many running backs that can do that.
Just imagine if they had a good offensive line. He hasn't even experienced that yet.
I feel so sorry for him, man. I really do.
Yeah,
me too.
As a talent,
Real quick, Russ, going back, I don't think we had a chance to talk about it. I don't know what the plan was necessarily, but if they were going to go offensive line, Armin Membu is the one to get for whatever that's worth. The other interesting thing with this running back conversation is I think we're in an interesting place in sports, and it started with Curry. And not all of this is good, but these guys that develop certain ways and have a certain skill, and then it catches like wildfire below them, right? What do we have now in the NBA? You have de facto pass-first point guards and back-to-the-basics centers and nothing but wings after that. Right. That's Curry's fault, right? Just like there are at least 6 Power 4 Division I football players right now, as recently as summer camp, that were playing both ways.
Right.
Travis Hunter, right? So we get to a place where all these trends start changing things. And what's interesting is I think the next trend, which will come long after Rick's idea that the running back will be the one guy who doesn't jump to the league, is Travion Henderson, I think, becomes almost like a new blueprint stylistically, where you look at him and say he's a mean blocker. He can run between the tackles, outside, and he can catch the ball really, really well. Now, you go get a guy like that, you don't have to have a Mike Allstott and then like some little shifty 170-pound change of pace guy.
Right. Well, my thing was, too, like, and a lot of us in town kept screaming for it, like when the Browns had Chubb and Hunt, okay? How come you didn't play them together that much?
Browns fans were dying for an Ernest and Mack situation.
Yeah. I mean, even if you got to play Hunt in the slot some of the time, which he was capable of doing, but like still, like Nick Chubb is not technically big enough to play fullback in the league today. Like everybody is bound by their own stupid, the limitations.
I know the answer. I don't know the Browns, but I know the answer. Teams are just not that committed to the run that they're going to have that set. That's the problem.
It's ridiculous because Chubb was pretty big for a halfback.
I do have a question, though, when it comes to Stefanski. I know he's been the 2-time, Coach of the Year?
Yeah.
But, like, when you think of Stefanski, what do you think of? It's kind of like bland. Like, what's his philosophy even?
The philosophy is,
multiple tight
going
ends?
along with stupid organizational decisions, basically.
Wow. Well, he's a form of the West Coast offense, play action pass nonsense, and then defense. I think he was happy to just hand everything to Schwartz. To be honest with you,
right? I think so.
He's not breaking ground on anything. He's not. It's not like and we'll use Miami, right? Like when what's his name? Miami coach.
Oh yeah.
McDaniels. Yeah.
Right. When he came in, people were like, "Oh my goodness, look at what he's doing! It's this revolutionary thing."
Yeah,
Stefanski's not that. He's
No.
not.
Right.
He's not. He's not one of these offensive geniuses.
right.
But he's a very solid coach. My issue today specifically is while I am never one of those fans that's like, "Oh, heads need to roll." If you give me the power, I'd fire Andrew Berry right now. Right now.
Understood. Understood. By the way, the pick that was in from the Steelers that Jason reacted to some time ago, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon. And I want to also mention here, too, our next segment is brought to you by all things good friend of the show, Scott Pullins. So whether it be the Pullins Group, pullinsgroup.com, that's excellent for grassroots communications services, political consulting, etc. An excellent service, pullinsgroup.com. Also, don't sleep on pullinslaw.com, Pullins Law Firm, also from Scott Pullins, and his new Substack newsletter, the Scott Pullins Substack, scottpullins.substack.com. Good friend of the show, Scott Pullins. But
we got a quote online here from Darren Moogie, the Jets GM, saying he hasn't had any discussions with any team about Breece Hall and that he's on the team. My question to the panel is here: do we believe him?
No.
I don't believe him either.
No.
Not today, not yesterday, not this week.
Right.
And I'm flattered that he tuned in to hear you say that. I'm flattered that he's responding to what you said in real time.
He's not responding to me. It's on Twitter.
Okay. Well, I choose to believe otherwise.
Well, real quick, two things I got to ask. First of all, it's great to see Ben Chew.
Yeah.
What's going on, Ben? It's been like.
I'm good, my friend. How are you guys?
I love you, brother. If nobody told you,
Ross,
I
gotta say, we're in a world where, Golden is not a first-round draft pick. What can you do?
Yeah,
may or may not be. We did.
Quick, I gotta ask Jason.
Yeah.
Now this was good value with the Chargers on this last pick with Omari. See this?
Here it is.
This is what I'm saying.
Omari
and Hampton doesn't come through.
Yeah.
Like he's supposed to. It's good value.
Yes, Omari and Hampton, running back, North Carolina, going to the Chargers.
Omari and Hampton anywhere from 15 on.
Yeah, I agree.
Reasonable value.
I agree.
Yeah,
and
this is like highway robbery.
But I will use this rule as like there was a timeline where Omari and Hampton was literally the Denver Broncos pick at this timeline. So,
oh, absolutely,
they were trying to get a feature back in Denver, and if again, it's Denver,
it's not working.
You never know.
Right. Well,
the hope on this running back thing because Omari and Hampton going 23 or whatever it was. That I wouldn't call that the run yet, and I think the run happens when we see the two Ohio State kids, the guy from Iowa, and then eventually, as Derek mentioned, eventually we will get to names like Scadaboo, which I'm trying real hard not to like twist the knife on because. I know Eric's in Arizona, and I just have a personal, I guess you can call it a personal vendetta against Scadaboo, but that's for a whole other conversation.
I've heard this off air, and it is hilarious. It is utterly hilarious. It is. We're not ready to get to that yet here on the program. Apparently,
Rick. I'm willing to let the guy go about his business, but the first time I see something that's on some foolishness, I'm gonna make a big stink about it. Yeah. The reason I reacted the way I did is it wasn't that Pittsburgh picked Derek Harmon.
Yeah,
it's that they picked not Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, well that's
and
true.
The problem is at this point, I don't know if he's there at 33. Do you take him and just say let's just see what happens, and then still get a quarterback next year if it doesn't work out?
Right.
Or do you just say, I don't worry about that, and we're going to go with something else, like hopefully developing something. I don't know, whether it's a Jalen Milroe who needs to learn how to throw short and intermediate, or it's Will Howard who doesn't have a single elite trait to his game. But at some point, you got to be a quarterback somewhere.
I like that, Jason.
That is,
but it's true though.
That is one way of saying it, definitely. Gonna bring this up again here since we got Ben on the program here as well. And this is something that Ben and I covered during a previous FDH Lounge live stream, but tonight's show being dedicated to the memory of two of our great FDH Lounge dignitaries, Ken Detweiler and Anthony Petrone, both of whom recently perished within 18 days of one another. Here pictured on the screen along with myself, on the inside of the picture, also on the inside of the picture, Anthony's brother, the great FDH Lounge dignitary, Matt Petrone. So, Ben, just again, you crossed paths a little bit more so with Anthony over a period of time than Ken, but I certainly know that you know how much they meant to all of us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, on top of that, Anthony was a great human being. Very someone who, if you spent time with him, he was very connected to the world. And just,
yep.
It's sad to see him go at the end of the day.
It is. Yeah. Two great ones. Very well said, Ben. And I just as the picks continue to roll on here, Green Bay is on the clock for the next one, and we appear at this point in time to have lost Russ Cohen. So I want to thank him for having been on with us here tonight. We are still efforting to get back on Chris Galloway somewhere on Interstate 80. As he is rolling around in the dark here. He has joined us from behind the wheel on a couple of different occasions.
What did they say to
sites
unknown?
Yes, kind of not exactly. He's going to Northwest Ohio this evening, but it sounds spicier when you say.
I liked it.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds more
Keep
interesting.
people thinking.
Yes, it keeps people on their heels when you phrase it that way. But the hometown pick here for Green Bay, it's always very interesting when the pick gets made in front of the home crowd.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
but Jason, I still ain't over this Graham selection.
Okay.
I was just having a thought that I feel like is me twisting the knife. But didn't we do this already with Brian?
With Phil Taylor in 2011?
No, with Taven Bryan.
Oh, yeah.
But no, look, I understand their logic. I know what their thinking is. I just disagree with it. Now, it'll help to see what happens tomorrow. But assuming they don't trade up into the first round, which at this point I don't think they should do.
Right.
They're trying to shore up a defensive line that was going to be hard to fix anyway, and they just got the best guy at the top of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that from a football sense. And again, this goes back to the thing I said at the very beginning. There are football people who understand watching football, and there are draft people. And those two don't always mix.
Sometimes. Are we talking about the value thing again?
Yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If you would ask me yesterday, Cleveland's going to trade back, how far do you go? I don't go past 4, much less 5. Because there's a huge tier at the top. Well, I'm sorry, it's a small tier at the top where you got maybe 3 or 4 guys that are real game changers. So Mason Graham, I don't dislike the player. He's got a motor that doesn't quit, and he seems to always win his matchups. But he's a defensive tackle. This team, while the defense didn't play great,
I don't mean to stop you here, Jason, but what's up under my helmet here too is he's not even like the elite type defensive tackle.
That's what
I'm saying.
If you're putting Aaron Donald at 5, I understand that. I just don't think he's right. That level.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, again, if we're gonna, harsh on somebody for not being Aaron Donald, I mean that's
right. Well, no, but like when you select somebody that high, you're like, okay, if it's a receiver, you got he runs a 4.29. There's like some trait that you're looking at when you're like, wow.
Rick,
by the way, Wikipedia says Matthew Golden. We'll see if they're right.
Like, don't get focused on the Aaron Donald. It's a concept,
right.
Do you think, based on whatever you've seen of him, is Mason Graham better than Aaron Donald, Warren Sapp, and Ndamukong Suh? Like, he's not. I don't put him in that category. I think he's a hustler. I think he works hard.
No, he's a winner. He's a winner.
The problem is that's a guy, unless that's the only thing you need, that's a guy you take in after 10.
Yeah.
And my big thing, and I'm willing to scream this until I'm blue in the face because I've seen everything he's done. you do not pass on Travis Hunter.
No.
Period.
No, you don't.
So that's my issue with the Graham pick is that I understand what they're doing. They're going to get the defensive line figured out, right? Maybe they like the rotation at defensive end, and we're fine. You still got to get a linebacker just in case JOK isn't great, isn't good to go, right? And again, while the defense was not as good last year as it was the year before, they did not lose 14 games because of the defense. Why are we picking a defender in the first round unless that defender can also play offense?
We average 15 points a game.
Well, and as much as the whole thing about JOK reported to camp recently, I mean, talk about running a bluff. I mean, when I heard about the nature of his injury, it's a thing of like, this guy is one hit away from having the rest of his life's meals pureed, okay? Yep. Down the hatch, okay?
That's a way to...
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's going to be. This, meanwhile, a monologue from the guy that runs the Packers organization here at the microphone. This is one of these things where
up there.
Yeah, he's still up there. I mean, I a lot of times I've been known on draft night to step into a bear trap a couple times as far as like, why do they have this goober up there announcing the pick? And then it turns out to be like a dying kid. I was like, okay, ooh, my bad, whatever. Right. So I'm not a big fan of them exploiting people for PR, which they want to do. Matthew Golden, by the way, for the second time on the program tonight, we scooped the NFL merely by hitting refresh on the Wikipedia page for the 2025 NFL draft. So Ben Chu.
To be fair, Rick, I don't think you were scooping them in that timeline.
Well, I will say we uncovered that Wikipedia is the secret scoop of the whole thing. When Chris Galloway was on earlier in the night, he postulated that whoever's updating Wikipedia is probably backstage at the draft right now. So.
Well, before we get into that too, Rick, it's not surprising Golden was a pick there for Green Bay. It's not.
Yeah, they needed
Christian
something
Watson
like this.
Had a handful of injuries during the regular season last year, and then
yeah, they needed
to find
this.
Their next dude who can spread the floor at the end of the day.
They needed another legit playmaker at wide receiver, among other things. So, yeah, I mean, I think because we've been waiting the last couple, maybe not 2 years ago because they were kind of a surprise when they kind of came up 2 years ago. But this past year, we expected them to be a playoff team, and they were. But they didn't really progress from the year before. And part of it is that they just haven't really been as active in free agency in the last year or two as maybe they could have been. But this is where you have to make your picks impactful. And this kid is definitely going to be impactful. And I know that you said, Jason, and this is where we were a bit at cross purposes here on whether or not he's a better wide receiver prospect than McMillan. So obviously, Jason, you must be thinking right here. And I'm thinking it too, by the way, that they got a heck of a value and the explosive player they needed at this position in the draft, and something the hometown fans must be thrilled about.
Yeah, it's funny because you know over the years, especially if you go all the way back to the Favre years and then the early Roger years, we just got sort of lulled to sleep on this idea that Green Bay just doesn't invest in skill positions. They get a quarterback, they have a great offensive line, really strong defensive line, their secondary solid, their linebackers are nasty. You know, whoever you want to think of. Clay Matthews comes to mind. Rashawn Gary comes to mind. But I think it's just one of those things. Like, I just didn't even consider that they would take a 4'2", 40 running, 6 foot 50 guy. I just didn't see that coming. But yeah, if you're a Packers fan and that idea has been grating on you because you just went through 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks and both of them basically didn't have a receiver except for Devontae Adams for 5 minutes and Sterling Sharp before his untimely injury. The fans are probably loving it.
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah, it looks like they're going ape shiz on TV here. And they actually even let him at the mic to deliver a wrestling-style promo here, which that's what happens when you get drafted by the hometown team.
Yeah.
So, they all should be fired up. I mean, this is the type of thing here where, if Green Bay makes the Super Bowl the next year, you have a hard time picturing a scenario where they make the Super Bowl where this isn't a key part of that. So, I think – that is something that they are definitely going
Rick,
to.
On top of that, too, Golden ran one of the fastest 40s at the combine. So
one
of the fastest ever.
Yeah, he is very legit. And the Vikings getting their pick in next. Supposedly the pick is in. I'm hitting refresh on Wikipedia here, but
like
they're not. Yeah, no, I'm addicted to
like
scooping
that
them.
wiki, huh?
I am, and that's where it is funny that I think didn't they like maybe 15 years ago? I think they bum rushed the podium and I think got it in front of Kansas City. I think there was some type of shenanigans.
Ran out situation.
Like, tell me they wouldn't have loved to do that to Green Bay in their own barn this year, right? That would have been, what if that would have happened? And what if they would have gotten Golden? I mean, not that they really needed him per se, but that would have been absolutely amazing.
By the way, to the previous point about being lulled to sleep about what Green Bay does, go look at the mock draft, mine specifically. I had Zabel from North Dakota State, who is a Swiss Army knife on the offensive line. And yeah, that feels like a Green Bay pick, just like, had Cooper Flagg gone to the Jazz, would have been like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, I got to ask you. Now, I'm not on the rosters as far as like I used to be, but like I know the Packers' depth as far as wide receiver is pretty deep.
Well, yeah,
but nobody like this kid.
No. But here's what I'm saying though, like, and I know a lot of those, like Reed. I remember Reed coming. That was one of my guys coming through, sleeper. But like and I know those guys are all coming up for contract around the same time. But at the same time, I like the kid. I think he's a good value and all that kind of stuff. But like, was that the right pick?
Yeah, it wasn't a desperate need. They've got Romeo Dobbs, Christian Watson, Jalen Reed.
They got Reed, yeah.
At least as the starters, and then you got McCole Hardman they just picked up.
Right.
Now, that being said, I'm sure that they could have gone elsewhere and done something that was not an offensive skill position.
But it bumps everybody down a notch, which is beneficial.
It does, yeah. And Rick, I'm glad you went there because this is something I know we were going to hit at some point.
Yeah.
If you look at who is still available.
Yeah.
That's what
I hate because there will be Browns fans that are going to say, see, they knew what they were doing. No. But the second round is shaping up to be chock full.
Yes.
Of talent that we did not expect would be there.
Could you imagine if the Browns would have moved down?
There will be trade-ups, though. I think teams are going to trade up because they're getting the fifth year on quarterbacks. Let me just also put this out there, for a second here. This next segment brought to you by our friends at Faces for Autism. They offer family activities, community awareness programs, and educational events throughout the year. FacesForAutism.org. That's Faces, the number 4Autism.org. A tremendous cause. Friends of the show here. I want to say that, I had the Packers going for Shamar Stewart. He was off the board. That edge is definitely a position that they need to upgrade as well. That's another one of the ones that they perhaps will look to do so moving forward the rest of the way here.
Right.
But that's,
you are Nostradamus today.
Okay.
Giants just traded up.
I was just going to say,
Giants are picking at 25.
Hey, is it going to be Jackson or is it going to be Sanders? What do you think?
I actually think it's going to be Sanders.
Wikipedia is noting the trade, but they're not noting the pick. So that is.
They're showing Jackson Dart right now, bro.
Yeah.
Well, he's been linked to them. Rumors.
There's an idea that with these quarterbacks, Shador Sanders is a pure pocket, stand and deliver type guy. Jackson Dart has some mobility to him. And there's a sense that if those are the next two guys going, this is where it gets interesting. I am of the thought it might be Shador just based on where they're jumping in at. But I think it was Todd McShay actually that said Jackson Dart is New York Giants, New Orleans Saints. Cleveland and anybody else that would run like a West Coast style of timing routes and stuff would be more of the likely for Shador. So I don't have a good indication of what's going to happen, but I have a feeling it's a quarterback, though.
By the way, famous last words here. from our friend from the Sports Talk Network, Don Peterson, who said on Facebook tonight, "I'm filing my papers. I'm divorcing the Cleveland Browns. It's over."
Now, to be fair to Don, just because I thought maybe you didn't.
Okay.
There was also a post after that said Browns fans.
There always is, isn't there? There always is.
He said, "Browns fans, I need you to just let me be mad for a while."
Right.
That there always is a post after. But as far
by the way, just a little insight for everybody that's watching at home. And that means everybody here watching the draft as well. If it's Jackson Dart, ESPN cuts to Shedeur Sanders in Boulder, you're going to want to watch that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, if nothing else, he'll have motivation, won't he?
I don't wish injury on anybody, but I want to see something thrown at the camera. I want to see that with my
that would be funny.
Yeah.
It actually looks like it's going to be Jackson Dart, though, because he was giving hugs.
He was.
That's not a good sign.
Well, and again, and you talk about the commonality here. It ain't too long ago that the New York Giants, for a long period of time, had a quarterback from where? Ole Miss. And was that guy elite? No, he was not, but they won 2 Super Bowls with him. Yeah. So they'll take that. They'll take another guy who's top 15 in the league if he gets them 2 Super Bowls. And Jackson Dart profiles like probably about top 15 in the league. He's off to a good start.
I hate to bring it back to Cleveland since that's what you guys are.
Go ahead. Yeah.
If
that's what we're here for.
If
I don't want to think about Graham, by the way. Thanks.
If Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders go in the first round, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does, are the Browns grabbing Milroe and hoping to develop him in the second?
There's been rumors.
Or do they punt on quarterback altogether and infuriate an entire fan base? Because I think the whole trade back was just to arm themselves for next year's draft at the quarterback in the first round.
I don't think they're smart enough to do the one thing that they might want to do, which is third round Quinn Ewers. But I don't think they're smart enough. I don't give them enough credit.
You think he's going to go that high?
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think they're smart enough.
Rick, this is a punt. You know it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's
a punt. That's what this is.
I mean, look, I'm a guy at the beginning of the season, as soon as Tua got hurt, from a Dolphins fan perspective, I was saying tank for Quinn Ewers. Little did I think that you'd be able to get him on day 2. Welcome to silly season where everybody's got to find alleged holes in somebody's game. But that's
another. And Ewers is interesting because I don't think we got the best version of Ewers this past season.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. And I think that he's one of those guys that you look at and say, I think that if he's given a fair shake and they develop him and work on some things here, whoever it is, Quinn Ewers could be one of those guys that you look at and was like, oh, he was a better pro than he was a college player.
Yeah.
You know what he kind of reminds me of, not stylistically, but like a Chad Pennington type.
Could be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like as far as, yeah.
If you're picking him in 2025, I think you're getting Pennington with the upside that maybe he could be something more than that.
Right.
Pennington that's probably a pretty good point of comparison.
He's not a bad,
Yeah, that's not a bad point of comparison. By the way, Jackson Dart, I mean, one of the things that I'm just wondering about visually here, is he the new Bob Greasy, or are those just purely decorative specs? I think they look decorative to me. I don't know.
I like that.
Yeah, it's
definitely not a Donovan Mitchell situation.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
He's the next Drew Lock, right?
Yeah, that's Drew Lock. They already had the Drew Lock on their roster, which, by the way,
actually made a career of it. How long has he been in the league?
He's been a couple of years. I mean,
Jackson Dart.
Wow.
Oh, Deion's
there
so
it is.
Mad.
I wasn't looking for that one.
Oh, Deion's so mad right now. I guarantee it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and for Russ Cohen, who wanted him to go to the Jets. If I'm not getting an angry text from him in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be very disappointed. But this is
like one of the weirdest drafts. You know what I mean?
It is, but I mean, I will say, and you're kind to make the Nostradamus reference there, Jason, but I'm just saying what a number of people were saying, which is you want to get the 5th-year option on the quarterbacks. So that's a thing where, and you want to get in front of the Browns at 33 and get ahead of 34 and 35 and those picks where guys can just kind of just squat there and wait for a quarterback to drop to them. So this is where the need is to get up ahead of them. I wish there had been a camera in Boulder, by the way. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I would have paid to see that.
Traded with the Rams.
Wow. Okay.
Right. Hey,
now, I don't think they're coming for a quarterback.
It would be hilarious if they were. Let's just stockpile, right?
There are two
as a Stafford life, right?
Two quarterbacks still available that I think project to be CB1 on almost any team they go to.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but it's surprising that they're there. Jahad Campbell being there is still a surprise.
Yes.
If that's the last trade of the first round, though, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have happen is everybody starts trading up.
Well, and meanwhile, by the way, when we did the draft pre show here, the preview show, when Chris Galloway put us on the spot, like who are going to be the players that the idiot GMs in the league let drop to the Ravens this time around, I regret to say that both of the guys that you and I mentioned are still very much in play. James Pierce Jr. was your pick. My pick was Malachi Starks. We are one pick away, and either one of them could end up going there.
Well, how about the Eagles?
So,
they're going to get somebody too.
Yeah, they are. They are, and eventually at some point,
there's going to be people available.
Real quick, just for the fun of it.
And at some point, by the way, Joe Stazek will step back into the shot, which a live look at the camera in Philadelphia, ladies and gentlemen, he has not. So we'll just continue to bust his balls until he shows up. But
so, Rick, you mentioned Malachi Starks, who is easily the best safety right now.
Yeah.
And what does Philly constantly do? They end up pulling Georgia Bulldogs that have absolutely no business still being on the board.
Right.
I'm not saying he falls all the way down to 32. I'm just saying it wouldn't shock me if they just accidentally walk away with another Georgia elite player. But Jahad Campbell is the other guy we got to kind of keep our eyes on because I'm shocked he's still on the board.
Well, yes, and there was another pick, too, Minnesota made that we didn't get a chance to get to here. Donovan Jackson, offensive guard for Ohio State. Somebody who you had pegged in the second to fourth round range.
That's a reach. Like, no shade to Ohio State.
Yeah. He was.
Jason.
He was.
Tell us how what you really feel, Jason.
Yes, he was. He absolutely was. And that's where it's hilarious because the guy that I thought was going to be the first Buckeye off the board and the only Buckeye in the first round, he could now end up being the third Buckeye if he goes in the round here, and that's Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle.
Now, while we're looking at sort of the snakes in the tall grass, Josh Simmons is and again, not an Ohio bias, but Josh Simmons is the most talented tackle in this draft.
Yeah.
And again, when we talk about what guys feel like they're that kind of player or feel like they could go to a certain team, I immediately slotted him to the Chiefs because it just feels too perfect.
Yes.
But I definitely think we're going to see Josh Simmons in the first round.
Yeah, I think he's going to show up there as well. Now we'll see if that ends up being with this pick with Atlanta, which I'm thinking it won't be. No, it's James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. So all right. So he goes off the board there. All right, good old Tennessee Vol.
That was a good value pick, right, Jason?
Decent for his talent.
Well, here's the thing, Ken, and Rick. You watch plenty of Tennessee games.
Yeah.
Pierce is a freak.
Yeah.
But Pierce, the reason Pierce is going here or not at least a few picks earlier is allegedly once the draft process started, he established himself as quite the diva, telling teams what he would and wouldn't do. And then apparently he had some issues with Tennessee and they almost kicked him off the team. So there's character concerns with him. But if you take that away and you just look at him as a football player, he probably should have gone in that Mikael Williams, Jalen Walker range.
I thought that
actually a steal if he pans out.
I thought maybe they had a premonition that his draft night fashion, that his drip was going to be just a little bit off. Just rocking that kind of weird skinny tie, like that kind of doesn't do it for me. You got guys wearing gold lame suits like Matthew Golden and your fashion move is a skinny tie. I don't know. That's kind of a weird one. But I will say, by the way, another segue here, a gentleman who always has an amazing sense of fashion whenever he's doing ring announcing is our good friend Jake Digman, and FDH Lounge dignitary extraordinaire, now being featured exclusively through Cage Thunder MMA. So you can find them at cagethundermma.com. The very best MMA fighting in the Midwest area here, and a promotion that heavily features the great work, both administratively and as a ring announcer, of our great friend Jake Digman. So, but the fashion sense here for the different draft players tonight, it's been kind of up and down. And as we start getting towards the end of the first round, we'll start to segue a little bit into some of our winners and losers for the evening. I
was going to say the pace is going kind of fast.
It is, and I'm grateful. Like in terms of putting this thing together, like I'm thinking it's going to be till 12:30 Eastern time.
Neither.
Yeah.
Trades,
Well, that's true.
I literally warned the family, like, do not expect to see me before 11 p.m. my time.
Yeah,
right. 1 a.m. your time. Right. So the fact that we are humming along, we might be done by 10 p.m.
I was like 25th,
or
like
midnight.
Shouldn't be like 18.
Yeah. We're. I mean, I'm grateful because I think.
Can we blame NIL on this?
I think we can.
NIL's the answer for everything.
Let me just thank whoever
it is.
Here we go.
Let me thank whoever, whether it's NIL or whatever, because it looks like my bladder is going to make it till the end of the first round.
So make it?
Dehydrating myself today looks like it's doing the trick. Even though I've had some sips along the way.
Speaking of which, Rick, I don't know if you've seen this. It kind of went like. I hesitate to say when things go viral because everything that I view is within like the sports or the movies context, right? Mm-hmm. So within like sports context, did you see this clip? I think it was on like the Rich Eisen show or something where Scott Hansen was asked to run through like his whole process for Red Zone. And Scott Hansen allegedly, according to him, eats at the desk, has a soda can, does all of that, does not go to the bathroom, and then he does the entire day of Red Zone, never going to the bathroom. And then after that story, I forget, it wasn't Rich Eisen, I don't think, but whoever was asking the questions was like, okay, so when you get home, like you're unloading, right? And he goes, no, I just sit down, I start watching TV shows or whatever. What drugs are Scott Hansen on that he can go 10, 12 hours without going to the bathroom?
Dude, that guy's lying. He's rocking Depends every year. You know that. Or he's got himself catheterized, which, by the way,
is that a word, catheterized?
I think it is.
I don't know if it is.
I think it is. But by the way, as far as instruments that shouldn't exist, I will say as a unfortunate consumer of Spectrum, yeoman's work being done by the scout here, grabbing the remote because they were just doing we're going to shut you off because you've been on camera. You've left it on the same station for too long. We were about to get that.
That is weird.
Yeah, we were about to get that happening.
Does the Netflix? Are you still watching nonsense?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that type of thing. Yeah.
Activity.
Are you still watching? Which. Yeah, the dreaded no activity thing here.
Oh, that's what I want to ask. I don't mean to cut you.
No, go ahead.
While it's on my head, because I didn't get a look at a lot of numerous guys this year, Jason. But like Mike Green,
he's another one still out there.
Yeah, that's another guy I was thinking about.
I think I have him going to Detroit.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
his numbers. I don't know if you. I'm assuming you have his numbers. 17 sacks.
I had him going to Cincinnati. So I had him going off the board a long time ago.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, Mike Green would be a huge steal for any of these competitive teams that just want to add a good pass rusher to an established.
Because he's explosive, right?
Well,
yeah.
Another guy who's dropping here too, and who in terms of I know in terms of the Jason Jones top 50 overall rankings, number 17 on there, and you probably built the perceived dropping value into that somewhat here, but just based on talent alone, Luther Burden the third.
Oh, yeah.
Not a guy that should still be here. Yeah.
Yep. No, again, he's another one of those, if you're just viewing on talent alone, he'd be gone.
Well, you know what I heard? The Chiefs were looking for him.
Ooh,
the Chiefs, man.
That would be dangerous.
That's what I heard. They're looking to get him.
Wow.
And it's setting up that way.
Yeah.
So this is the problem when, and I'm sure there are tons of fans that would agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens. People like me, people like Rick, people on this show, or God forbid, the actual people running these front offices, you get to a point where if you start doing this work in October, November, by the time you get to March or April, you can convince yourself and overthink this. And I think that's where we've gotten to with some of these things, where sometimes you just got to look at it and go, yeah, I get it. He had some issues.
Yeah.
But when he's on the field, he's a dog.
Yeah.
So, like, there were people a month ago saying Luther Burden could be the first wide receiver taken off the board.
He was definitely top 3. Yeah.
I mean, outside of Hunter, who's a hybrid, but yes, that he would be the next one off the board, and that he could be maybe 6 or 7.
There's your boy,
overall.
Malachi
Starks. I called this one, and I regret that I did.
Guess who? The Ravens.
I regret that I did. Malachi Starks to the Ravens. I got to be honest with you. I was not particularly ready when Chris put me on the spot with that question, which is, I'm not complaining, because spontaneity is one of the big bywords of this show. So thinking on your feet, whatever. That was one of the names I came up with when I thought on my feet. And indeed, when I was doing the mock draft, that's who I ended up putting into this spot. Unfortunately, gentlemen, I spoke it into reality. The idiot GMs of the league strike again, letting another player just fall to the Ravens. And then we get to hear what a bunch of geniuses the Ravens are.
I got to bring this point up.
What?
So with us taking Graham where we did, and they taking them where they did, actually we fell behind in the procurement of talent.
Probably a little bit because
because you got to look at the value. So now we didn't even make any moves as far as the. See, you can't be making that Graham. I mean, it's nothing against Graham. I'm not trying to beat the guy up, but
here's the thing. It's a question of whether or not Graham is on that undisputed top tier in the first round, because people have said, whether it be 6 guys, 8 guys, 10 guys, however deep that is, but you go from there to the end of the round into the second round, and there's not much distinguishing it. So to what Ken just said, that may be a point in terms of, I do think Graham was on that top tier, probably towards the back of that top tier, but I think he was on it. But just the fact that he's close to the second tier, Starks is higher on the second tier than where he got taken here. Yeah, I agree. For picking, 22 spots apart, I agree. It's not that much of a difference in talent between the players. It's not as much as it should be.
And here's the problem. If we were in the war room in Berea right now. Right now is about the range of the draft where they're starting to feel real good about it. And I hate that they're going to have this false sense of satisfaction with it, because right now, before the first round is up, we are already at the place where if you want a defensive tackle and you don't have one as of right now, you might not take one until the late second, third round. So there was a big teardrop.
Yeah.
But again, to the value point, I would have rather, and I hate doing this. My whole point about this was you take Travis. So I hate trading back in the first round. But if you're going to trade back to 5 and you're trying to get the best situation, you got to have a defensive tackle. Seifert this nonsense and go back again. And get back into like the 12 range. Then you go get Walter Nolan, or you go get Kenneth
Even
Graham.
though he had character concerns, the guy, the upside, at some point you do have to start balancing upside, character. Okay, what's going on here?
Sure.
I mean, Graham is. See, when you start hearing things like he's solid,
right?
I mean, what does that mean? At the 5th pick,
there's another way to describe what you were saying at the very beginning about gold jackets. Everybody, it doesn't have to always be a gold jacket necessarily, but that's what you're hoping for, right?
Right.
Yeah. You still at that range, you are not picking someone who is solid.
Yeah.
You are picking someone in the top 5 that is freakish somewhere. Now, if it's a quarterback and he's he can throw it a mile, okay, great. Or if he has great touch or he can run, fine. Pass rusher that just can't be blocked,
I got a good one for you.
All those things will be fine. but you don't take a solid defensive tackle.
Here's a good one for you, Jason. Like I said, I didn't get to see all these guys. I think he was rated a top safety, that freakish guy.
Eamon Worry?
Right. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying he's a good player. I didn't get to really he's a freak. Now, here's my thing. Let's say they took him 5th overall, which is bad value for that position.
Horrible.
But he's a freak.
Right. At least there's something.
At least he has a chance to like define like the position.
Right. You could see Eamon Worry be the kind of guy that like climbs the ladder and picks the ball off, lands, spins around the guy trying to stop him, pick six it.
I like that picture. I like that. Yeah, right.
Right. So at least there's something there. Graham, what are we going to be? What's the thing that Mason Graham's going to do in a game that makes you jump out of your seat?
Probably not much.
Hold his block?
Yeah.
Get some penetration on the center?
Jason, I got worse news for you. Based on the history of the Browns, the way that they go, they just took this defense. You're ready to really vomit? Based on the history of the Browns over the last 25 years, is when they blow out this coaching staff, the next defensive coordinator is going to be a 3-4 guy. Oh, so he'll really be wasted then.
Right. Well, technically, I mean, you're not wrong.
Where would you play him?
Yeah,
this is
middle linebacker.
Yeah.
One of the smaller nuanced issues I kind of have with the Graham pick.
Okay.
In the event of that situation, he's not really big enough to be a nose. He's not really big enough to like really scare people as far as moving guys. Right. Like he's good. He's going to make plays, but first of all, it's still that position, and
yeah,
there's just not much you're going to get. He gets us. What is he going to get? 3-4 sacks a season, maybe.
Why didn't you get the upside defensive end that we didn't know? Like that's explosive. Where you at least when you see the tape, you go, "Whoa!"
Now, if once we get past my shock that they decided to trade out and miss out on Travis Hunter, if they go back to 5 and they take Jalen Walker, okay, they take Mikael Williams, okay. Now that you can convince me that there's a plan.
Jason, I got to break it real quick.
Yeah,
a guy that was just selected from my Ohio State Buckeyes. I meant to bring it up.
Ty Williams,
excellent value.
Yeah.
Now, when you start comparing this to Graham, and I'm telling you, let's take Graham's name out of it, the Browns selection, because I'm not trying to beat the guy up, but once again, this value, for where they got Ty. I mean, you can see this guy. You can actually put him at defensive end if you really need to. Not that that's what he's supposed to do, but he can do it.
Right.
That's what I was going to say earlier was that if they did fire everybody and get a 3-4 system in here, Graham could shed 10 pounds and play 3-4 end.
You're right.
But then again, do I really want him out of position? Probably not.
Also as a 3-4 end, a guy that you pay the 5th overall pick for? I don't think so. But by the way, looking at this here, two wrap-up thoughts on what the Ravens did. The first one of which is painful. The second one is more amusing than anything else. The painful one, with Starks and Hamilton, hands down the best safety combo in the league right now.
About that.
I mean, that's it. Nobody has that at safety. Nobody has that. That's unbelievable what they have. Number 2,
what do we have at safety, by the way?
A box of rocks, basically. But I would also say too, and I noted before, where my color blindness comes into play is on like slight shades of color. Sunhite. So I don't know if I would describe this as a peach-colored suit, but a very fine peach-colored suit that Starks had. I mean, his suit game was on point, Ben. Too. I liked it. What'd you think, Ben?
It did, man.
I mean, it's a good look.
I like that.
Yeah.
I can't be mad at that. That's a good look.
I ain't mad at that either. That's a good look
with
for
his
him.
complexion, right?
It went, it kind of popped coming off of him. You know, you get the red carpet talk on this show here too. We're not afraid to go there.
When we eat meat, we tenderize it first.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Well, we're giving you the fashion nuggies as we're going along here tonight. Also,
little foodie stuff.
Yeah. You know, just getting into the various different thoughts here. Washington picking at 29 is coming up. Buffalo 30, KC 31, Philadelphia 32.
What do they all have in common?
Well,
They don't need a quarterback anytime soon.
No, they don't.
Right.
So they're
the third or the second.
they're fielding phone calls right now, and
I just thought about some of them Buckeyes went off in first round.
Yeah, I mean more than I expect.
I wasn't expecting that.
I thought Josh Simmons would be the only one, and there have been 3 that have gone.
That is something.
Yeah, I mean it's surprising. It's been a run on Buckeyes here.
The guard is the shock.
Yeah. I think that was a bit
by far.
Yeah,
by far.
That would have been like a Brown selection.
Yeah,
you can't get mad, but
it now for Washington, Jason, I had Pierce going in this spot. You had Stewart going in this spot. Neither are still available, but both of us were we were thinking edge. So that would be something where, particularly if you look at Washington on their quasi miracle run to the NFC Championship game, one of the places that they were basically found wanting when it counted was in terms of the pass rush. So to be able to keep up with Philadelphia in division, that is something that you could possibly see them doing. That seems like a very logical target for them. And by the way, I want to take a minute and note here as well. Text that I got earlier this evening from you, Ben Chu, alerting me we want to give our congratulations on this show to the rightful NBA Defensive Player of the Year, Evan Mobley. Congratulations, number 4. We love you. We love you. We're all about that Cavs life. So yeah, that is great and very much deserved. Notwithstanding, Ben, as you were telling me, whatever any salty Clipper fans might be saying, very much deserved.
They wanted, look, and as we use the rule too, Rick, it's like, I love you, Baka Zubac, but it is what it is.
Yeah. He's no Evan Mobley.
Now, can we take this opportunity to say no shade to Boston? Mm-hmm. And I'm not inviting the smoke with the Celtics just yet. We'll deal with that when we face them in the playoffs.
Bring them on, baby.
Congratulations to Pritchard, but what was that? How did Pritchard?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Pritchard's a very good player, and he has had some really good games.
I know.
But Ty's over here going Curry mode.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't get it either.
I don't know if this is the right podcast to be on at this time.
Well, also, Coach of the Year, Kenny Atkinson. Let's just call that. All 3 are deserved. But we're essentially, Ben, this is, let me make the whole kind of stretch kind of thing here till Washington makes their pick, as they do in the, and this is a form of TV, what we're doing here. So, yes, we're doing the old stretch-a-rooney until Washington gets to the podium here. And
by the way, I just got
5 guys with only 3 picks to go that shouldn't be here on the board still.
Yeah. Josh Connerly Jr., defensive tackle from Oregon.
Okay.
Good pick, Jason, or what?
Didn't have that being a pick.
No.
I had him going to KC. Ben, as the Oregon native, your thoughts?
I mean, he is. If we're going to talk about it, he is one of the
he's huge, right?
Offensive linemen in that scenario.
Big ass offensive tackle.
I know Oregon hasn't had the best scenario coming off of that college football playoff, but he was very stout. He can play a bunch of different positions in that timeline, so it's going to be really interesting to see where he fits in. But if we're talking about Washington, it's probably going to be interior guard if it's anything at that period.
You would think so.
You know what's weird about this, and I don't want to shortchange Connerly. He absolutely is in that group of top 5 offensive tackles in this draft.
Right.
I just was under the impression that Simmons would go first, which means Connerly would have gone somewhere between 35 and 42. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit of a reach, but nothing
Jason, I'm going to be honest with you. I completely agree with you. I get it. It's like, he was the guy who was coming up in the mock drafts for a period of time. It's like, he is there, he's there, but yes. It's that.
But again, when we talk about value,
we're in that time when it's silly season.
Yeah, when we talk about value, though, like this is the minutia that you got to get into because there is a difference between taking the guy at 30 or 29 that you thought you were going to get at 40. right?
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
to the average casual person, that probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it is.
And on top of that, too, Jason, like, look, I know just as the West Coast correspondent, like, Oregon did not have the greatest showing during the timeline of the college football playoff, but they were a very good team for most of the regular season in college football. So,
No, he
has a lot.
And
it's going to be interesting. It's like, I don't know if that would have been my pick, but I cannot.
But Ben, we can definitely say it was a pick tonight. Might not have been your pick, but it was a pick.
I like that.
Thank you.
I would use it as like, he did very well for his regular season.
It's one of those picks that you really can't.
Yeah. I mean, it's
it's fundamentally sound. How about that?
It is
exactly.
It is.
If you're talking about Oregon offensive linemen, Ken, they're fundamentally sound.
No, exactly. Exactly. And I would say something that is fundamentally sound as far as a very worthwhile cause. The next segment being brought to us by Enhancing Skills for Life. You can find them at enhancingskillsforlife.org. And these are folks who deal with providing different services of all kinds of different nature for folks with various amputations. So this is a very, very worthwhile cause. I have a hands-free catalog, a lot of resources, etc. EnhancingSkillsForLife.org. And in looking at the last couple of picks here, I mean, I made the joke before, and Jason, I think it kind of went over Derek's head about Jihad Campbell to Sean McDermott. It kind of writes itself, but here we are. I mean, we could be looking at this. We could be seeing 9/11 jokes in the headlines tomorrow.
Now, before we get too ahead of it, before they call it, because now I'm getting a weird feeling like you just predicted it. I hate the 2-5 trade back. The only thing that I'm excited about is they got 2 picks in 4 at the top of the second round.
Okay.
I think it's like 33 and 36 or something.
Oh,
okay.
I am fully now in please, for the love of the football gods, let Jihad Campbell fall to 33. Because that's a guy that was never even in the world of supposed to be there. And Cleveland has a serious linebacker problem.
Yeah.
Now, after the trade back and knowing that Andrew Berry just does not value linebackers, am I optimistic about that? Hell to the no.
Yeah, and that's where I don't think you're getting your JOK replacement necessarily in that spot there, but it's possible. The pick is in for the Bills. And can Sean McDermott and company possibly pass up on a guy with the ideal name to play for a coach like that? Who knows? But a great talent as well, to the degree that they would consider that. And
also, there's another corner in here that a lot of teams love, and I'm surprised he's still there. And it's not Will Johnson.
Well, as we're waiting for the Bills pick to come in, I do see I've made the gag scan in on the studio a couple different points in time here tonight in Philly. And here he is. We bring him in from the green room, our great friend, FDH Lounge dignitary Joe Stazak. So as I made the gag kind of scanning live look in Philly. Oh, he's not there yet, but he's there now. Joe Stazak, our great friend. How you doing, buddy? Great to have you on with us tonight.
I am tremendous. How you guys doing? I can't
awesome.
I see you? Can you guys see me?
Yes, we can see you. Can you see us?
No, but that's okay.
I regret
that. I'm working on it for some reason. I don't know. I lost you guys for a sec, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, we're I hope for your sake you can, because we all got the sartorial splendor going tonight to various degrees. Jason made the joke before because he couldn't quite tell. He couldn't quite make out the original nature of my turquoise bolo tie earlier. And he was like, "You're not wearing a Catholic priest's collar, are you?" I'm like, "Well, I'm Catholic, but no, I'm not wearing a Catholic priest's collar." So that will be one of the classic moments of the show for a long time to come. But we're
hey, Mike, they didn't make the trade. I know I predicted that they would make a trade with Minnesota, because Minnesota only has 4 picks this round, and Howie has a wallet stuffed with draft capital to go up and get Jihad. My man Jihad Campbell wrote a story on him yesterday. They obviously didn't, but I know you guys are talking about him going maybe a tad earlier. But I'm still hoping. I'm still hoping they grab him because I think athletically he's a freak. Comes from Howie has totally shifted his philosophy in terms of going after the big school. Look, they got like 7 guys from Georgia. They have like 3 or 4 from Alabama. You know, guys that have been in the Final Four and have gone and won championships. Played for Coach Saban and of course Kirby Smart. So I think that'd be a tremendous addition in terms of getting to the quarterback. He wreaks havoc. You know what I mean? He might not be polished as an off-ball linebacker or as a pure edge rusher, but with Vic Fangio, they'll find a way to mold him into what they need.
Well, I'll tell you what. Still there. You know, Joe, with what you were talking about here, the pick just made by Buffalo, and it's Maxwell Hairston, the cornerback from Kentucky.
That was another guy. I thought if they didn't take. If they did not take Jihad or he wasn't there, I thought Maxwell ran a 4.28. He ran a 4.28 at the combine. Well, he's a blur.
I'm here to tell you, Joe, breaking news is that your team cannot be shut out of taking Jihad Campbell. Cannot be shut out as they've just traded up a spot to Kansas City. So it's completely with whatever
in their hand. They control it. Interesting.
They control their own fate on that one. And it's interesting because they didn't want to take the chance with Kansas City because Jason floated this before. I hadn't thought of this, but Jason floated this before with Luther Burden III dropping. That feels like a big need for the Chiefs. So it's like, I think they would have taken him at 31 anyways, but clearly they must have convinced the Eagles. I don't know. We like this Campbell guy a lot.
I'm still trying to. I got a bunch of things in my war room here. What did they give up to move up one spot?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Just announced, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. But I would say on the value chart and the positional rankings, if Philadelphia pulls off getting Jihad Campbell, he may not be a Georgia Bulldog, but this sense that while they are title contenders, they just keep accidentally getting guys who are rated way higher than where they're picking. Jihad Campbell would suffice that.
Well, and I have to say, Joe, this is a thing where, again, NFC fans probably look at the players that drop the Howie Roseman year after year with great bitterness. And I can tell you that in an AFC cities, particularly AFC North cities, we look at Baltimore this way. So one of our FDH Lounge dignitaries on the pre-draft show, Chris Galloway, put Jason and I on the spot. Who's going to be the guy that the idiot GMs let fall to Baltimore? And I said Malachi Starks, and unfortunately, I spoke it into reality, Joe. It happened.
Baltimore's another team when they had Ozzie Newsome. I mean, they seem to find the guys. You know what I mean?
Well, they just fall to them.
The Ray
everybody else is idiots.
The Ed Reeds. I mean, they do.
Look who fell to us at 5.
Yeah. There's been a lot of recriminations about the Browns trade tonight, Joe, as you can well
I was going to ask you, give me your thoughts on that.
I'm numb to the Browns, but I wouldn't have done it. I would have gone for I wouldn't have traded out of
curious.
Yeah, Jason hates it. Everybody pretty much hates it, I think. Now, what's funny is an unbiased observer, somebody that you had done a football segment with one time, Joe, Derek Allen, our FDH Lounge dignitary.
Yeah, I remember Derek.
Yeah. He, from the outside looking in, he said, I think the Browns ripped off the Jaguars. But it's a thing where I don't think he was putting the value on Hunter that the rest of us are. I mean, if you're just looking at it like on a draft capital kind of a thing, I get where he's coming from, but I don't agree with him because I don't think Hunter's just another player. I think he's potentially generational vis-a-vis being able to play both sides of the ball as much as he can and being elite at both positions while he's at it, very much Ohtani style.
I agree with you. I mean, my phone was blowing up. I'm in Penn State country, and actually Abdul Carter went to school around here about 10 minutes from my house. And I can't believe you leave it to Jacksonville to trade up and not take Carter. I think Hunter was the play there. Hunter was the play. I think for my money on my board, he was the top. Okay, outside of Cam Ward, because I know Tennessee had to do that. They can't go any more. They can't go any further with Will Levis and Cam Ward. I think is going to be a good NFL quarterback. Travis Hunter's the guy there to take right there and not Abdul Carter. I think Abdul Carter is going to be a fine addition to New York, and I think he playing in New York right up his alley. But I thought that Hunter, to me, it was a no-brainer.
Oh, absolutely, and I want to make mention also too that this next part of the show here tonight, as various parts of the show have been here. Next part of the show, sponsored by. Let's just start off here with one of the most versatile YouTube channels anywhere out there. Look for Joe Stazak. On this channel, you will find two different shows that I personally have been a guest on. Callous Remarks with Steve Callous and Joe Stazak. Also the Philly Pulse. Also on there, Heavy on Eagles, with Joe being a Heavy.com Eagles columnist, the Skinny Post covering football, and also Swagger Through the Storm, which, while we're at it, let's get to the whole thing here too. Epic Swagger, go subscribe on Substack. Now available as a newsletter and in video form on Substack. So all things Joe Stazak here. We have to get this out as we're having you on, Joe.
That was very nice of you to do that. Yes. I got a few things. I got a few things going. I still keep my, my fingers. I still have the itch to stay in sports and to do the broadcasting. And I was lucky enough to get that job covering the Eagles for Heavy, leading right up to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But I still do my life coaching, mindset coaching, and the fitness, the whole. It's basically a program about excellence. It's kind of cloaked in fitness. So I appreciate that, man. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Oh yeah. Oh, great stuff. Great stuff. Have to cover that when we're having you on. And it's really it's a very, very intriguing kind of a thing here as it builds to our two Super Bowl teams at the end of the first round. And coincidentally, a trade between them, and something where it will be hilarious to me, by the way. I mean, I think it'll be hilarious to Jason too, since he conceptualized this. I mean, if the Chiefs end up taking Burden at 32, then Jason and I are going to be like, they ran one hell of a bluff on Howie Roseman.
Right.
That was just.
But you know what? What did the Eagles give up? They gave up.
Probably not a ton. I'm thinking.
They traded. They flip-flopped, and they gave the Chiefs the 164th pick.
Okay. Is that
the pick is in, and it is. Are you guys watching? Because I can't. This is a little behind.
Oh yeah. Well, we've been using Wikipedia to get the scoops tonight. Oh, it is Campbell. It is Campbell, according to Wikipedia, and our show. You heard it here before you heard it on ESPN, because we're monitoring it here. It'll be another 5 minutes.
Welcome to the steal of the draft.
A 5th round pick is what the Chiefs received. What I'd like to know is, when did the Chiefs start hiring personnel out of the Browns front office? That's a total Browns move. Oh, you got to get those 5th and 6th round picks. They're like gold, Jerry. They're like gold.
It depends on who they get.
Well, if they still got their guy, I guess it's better than no pick. They got.
It'll be hilarious. Hilarious if Wikipedia got this one wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think this would have happened. But this is, I mean, again,
it is. It's confirmed.
Alabama as opposed to Georgia, but you know what? I mean, same difference in terms of the talent pool. I mean, that's the thing where, I mean, Ben, it's pretty much, I mean, it's funny that they've gotten a bunch of Georgia guys, but it's pretty much indistinguishable between the talent level of the programs there.
I mean, that's true, because Georgia's defense has been, we don't need to talk about it. It's been great, but also in terms of the Super Bowl scenario for Philly, it's like they dominated KC. It should not be shocking at this period of time.
Yeah. Another guy to beef up that defense. And one of the things too, I mean, just from reading your columns, Joe, I think this was one of your Heavy.com columns. The thing about people harshing on Howie Roseman now, like, you letting all these guys get away. This offseason sucks. Like, holy crap, he just won the Super Bowl. I mean, I can't even believe that.
He did. And you know what? They kept the core together. I thought it was a little head scratching getting rid of CJ, and I think it was not really about just money. He wore that sweatshirt to the parade about, Taylor, the Swifties can, lick my whatever. And they asked him to take it off, and he wouldn't. He's a little bit of a his teammates for the most part like him, but sometimes he doesn't quite represent what the Eagles want to represent. So I think that had a part in his departure, because they basically got everyone's favorite first round almost bust in Kenyon Green, the guard, to replace Guy Becton. Maybe if the Eagles can turn him around a little bit. But Dallas Goedert, to me, and I wrote a piece actually this morning on it. To me, I know he's still an Eagle unless I missed something, but he's been on the trade blocks, and he has one more year on his contract. I know he misses some time. Your best ability is your availability. He's the all-time leading Eagle receiver in the postseason. 17 catches this year, 16 in the Super Bowl run in 57. I can make an argument that outside of Jalen Hurts, he was the second best player on the field in Super Bowl 57. He was great in the postseason this year. Does get banged up a little bit, but when the lights are brightest, stage is biggest, he plays his best. And it was a $12 million, little under a $12 million cap hit if they do get rid of him before June 1st, which isn't anything ridiculous. So I'm not sure why they're so gung ho on getting rid of him with a year left on that contract. Because sure, they can draft a tight end. They might draft a kid from LSU. I keep hearing that they might trade up to get him. I think it's Mason Taylor, the kid from LSU, if he's still there. But there's not too many Brock Bowers out there, or Sam Laportas, or Mike Ditkas, who step in year one and can replace him. I mean, this is a Super Bowl window that's still there, and they don't stay open, all that long, and they still have to pay a lot of guys coming up. And I think if you could keep Dallas Goedert around for the final year of his contract, I think it's asinine to get rid of him. And I'm surprised that the fan base isn't as outraged as I'm like. When I see something so ridiculous, I kind of like, wait, is it me? What am I missing here? Because I think this is ridiculous. And then, they asked him at Sirianni and Howie Roseman at the winter meetings, and they're like, well, he's still an Eagle. That was the, it's not like, no, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be an Eagle for blah, blah, blah. Well, he's still on the team.
Yeah.
So that's about as much as they could say. So I'm actually surprised he's still here, because to me that tells me it's not it's a arrivederci for Dallas Goedert, but he's still there.
Well, and I will say too, I mean, with CJ, I don't know how, to your point, how well he represented the organization, but as far as representing the city, I mean, maybe my point of view is a little jaundiced as one of America's foremost fans of Sonny, but it seems to me he represents the city quite well. Stylistically, I'm not seeing anything different here. But,
he does. No, he totally does, and he's going to be missed. But they have their way of doing things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this hasn't always been the case. When I was at 97.5 The Fanatic, if I didn't have a topic or nothing was going on, I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go, I'll rip Howie today because he's rippable, and he did a lot of dumb things. I mean, he will miss. Everyone misses. Only 30% of guys drafted from rounds 1 to 7 actually make a roster.
Yeah.
So you're kind of playing against the odds. I mean, the Jalen Reagor pick, I know he was influenced a little bit by Doug Peterson to get speed, but that's just egregious. However, he took the Carson Wentz thing. They don't hang on to mistakes too long. You know what I mean? Doug Peterson wins a Super Bowl 3 years later, you're gone. Quarterback, you're gone. And he turned that around. The Jalen Reagor pick instead of Justin Jefferson 2 years later, he turned the Carson Wentz capital into Devontae Smith. They traded on draft day to get A.J. Brown, and all of a sudden you have one of the elite wide receiver tandems in the league. And then look, no, I don't think anyone liked the Jalen Hurts pick there when they drafted him. Look, he's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. He's won one. He's the only $50 million quarterback besides Patrick Mahomes who's won a Super Bowl.
Well, and the Super Bowl winning team would normally be picking 32nd, and I'm sure Kansas City hoped going into the Super Bowl they'd have the 32nd
value,
pick without a trade. But it took a trade to get them to 32. Josh Simmons is the pick from Ohio State. A little bit surprising given that Burton was still on the board. I mean, it's a sign of where Kansas City's at, that you could look at that Super Bowl and you could say, well, yeah, offensive line help. That makes sense. But also weapons. I mean, and that's the whole thing. Ben, I mean, a year ago, it would have been unthinkable to look at this team and be like, you know what they need? They need weapons for the passing game.
Yeah.
But they do.
That's the whole scenario of KC and Philly in that timeline too. Just both teams are, like mirror images of each other. And I feel like since we have Joe on, like the big question for me is like, Philly has a Super Bowl win in this timeline. What is next? Like, what is the thing that Philly needs more than anything else at this period of time?
I'm sorry, Ben. What was the question?
Oh no, I was asking the questions like, Philly has a Super Bowl win. What is the biggest need on the
biggest need left, Joe?
A Stanley Cup. It's been 50 years since we won a Stanley Cup here. I was 7 years old. My dad took me to the game and they beat Boston in '74. No, their biggest need. Well, they kind of they got their. We'll see if he's an edge rusher, whatever they're going to do with him. They love building up the line, the trenches. So I think they're probably going to go after maybe an offensive lineman. However, they did lose some defensive backs. Darius Slay is gone. Steve Bradbury didn't really have a role this year, but he's gone. They lost a couple other guys. So as long as it took them to build up that secondary that became elite because they drafted 2 rookies that stepped in right away, I think that's why, Max with the kid from Kentucky, I thought was an option if they didn't, Jihad Campbell didn't drop to them. But look for them to take an offensive tackle or a defensive tackle. I'm sorry, an offensive guard, offensive lineman. I mean, with Stoutland, Coach Stoutland, Stoutland University, you can pretty much be on the offensive line. He'll find a way to make you look what he did to Mekhi Becton, turned his program around. And he was awesome. He was tremendous and, got a lot of money and, he's gone. It's amazing to have him there. I mean, I still don't know what the secret is of the tush push, but no one seems to be able to do it like they can. I know they have the horses. They have the huge offensive line, 1,700 pounds plus, and they have 2 guys that can, squat. They're Barkley behind Hurts and they have Goddard pushing. I mean, it works, and it might go away soon. It might go away next month, but they'll figure out a way to make it work. But I'm thinking it's going to be on the offensive line or defensive line next.
It isn't surprising during that Super Bowl timeline too. It's like they just dominated KC off the ball in that timeline. It's not surprising.
That was pretty fun. I got to admit, that was pretty fun.
Well, and look, at our Super Bowl party where the Kansas City fatigue was running amok, we were loving it too. I mean, I don't know if we could have been loving it as much as people in Philly, but just from a strictly hater perspective, we were enjoying that part of it here. I want to get to some kind of closing thoughts here from everybody here now that we're at the end of the first round. I will just start with kind of noting, just first of all, more so on a personal note, as we have been here tonight, our show dedicated to our fallen FDH Lounge dignitaries, Ken Detweiler, here pictured on the outside right, Anthony Petrone pictured on the outside left in this picture, along with Matt Petrone and myself, from only last September. But in the course of March and April, over the course of 18 days, we lost both of them. And folks have spoken on that tonight extensively in ways that I very much appreciate. So, again, this show dedicated to them. And I want to say personally that for those of us, and again, we got to be friends with them at the old Sports Talk Network. And this show, one of my favorite things about it over a period of time has been that those folks from the Sports Talk Network have sort of come in and become a core part of this show. This has sort of become a repository for a lot of the best from the old Sports Talk Network. And in those days, like Joe, you were first a guest of mine on the show during that period of time. Same with the scout Ken Becks. Got to know him. He wasn't a staff member there, but was making appearances on our shows. And I just, it means a lot to me personally in terms of being able to do a show like this tonight, being able to put the live video together, going back to doing not just video as we started to do at the beginning of the year, me and Ben Chu, when we did the anniversary show. I didn't say it at the time, but the real reason I needed Ben to kind of do this and be kind of a fill-in, the panel that we'd been doing the last couple of years involved Anthony and Matt. And Anthony was just, I couldn't ask that of him under the circumstances. He was battling the health issues, and we hoped he'd make it through, and only made it to April. But to be able to do this and we all have our own thoughts. Those of us that were there at the Sports Talk Network and all of us that left, and eventually the place hits the iceberg, and we all had our thoughts on this, and we've been classy enough not to share them on the show. But it's a thing here where it's just nice to be able to do it without that infrastructure. And so I can't thank everybody enough for being a part of this. 8 other great FDH Lounge dignitaries tonight with myself doing this here, doing it up in a way, didn't need that infrastructure. And so I take tremendous pride in that. And I want to be able to thank everybody. And so the gentleman sitting next to me here, Ken Becks, 2 years ago for the NFL draft, we did a live one. That was just me with my camera phone streaming on YouTube, low tech AF compared to what we're doing here tonight. But, in any form or fashion, Scout, great to have you back in. What are some of your thoughts you take away from this draft tonight and all the weird things that happened?
Well, no matter what you do in life, it's always about people.
Yeah.
And you bringing up Anthony and Ken, I didn't really know him as much personally as you guys did, but everything I've heard about him, nothing but top-notch guys.
Great guys, Great guys.
On and off there.
Yeah.
But, the best of them.
Yeah.
As far as tonight, it was just nice, having a lot of dignitaries here today.
Yeah.
Personal guys I knew more like Jason and Ben, but
some you didn't know too. I like this too. We had a lot of interactions tonight for the first time, which is pretty cool. And one crazy draft night here too. A lot of twists and turns, guys.
I'm telling you, it's definitely a unique night.
Yeah, it was. It was.
And so for me, it'll be a night that I want to see the answers to the questions.
Absolutely.
Down the road, because I'm just curious.
We're gonna
start with number 5 on down.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna be talking about that a lot on the North Coast in the time ahead here.
I'll put it to you this way. I had an NFL scout I know that's active right now, and he texted me probably about an hour ago and put the Browns with a question mark.
I could believe it. Yeah,
so I'm going to tell you that's
there's a lot of
But
questions.
Real quick, I did want to ask Joe a question.
Yeah.
Sure. How would you have thought if the Eagles had selected Shador, since they're in a position to do something like that?
That would have been mind blowing.
I would have been like, okay, what are you doing? Like,
I just wonder.
What are we doing here? All right.
Yeah.
How we like?
I like that.
How we like to call his team like a quarterback factory?
Yeah.
And that's nice, Howie. But you have your quarterback, and you also actually have a pretty decent backup who was number 3, who moved up to Tanner McKee when Pickett left, but. That's a little bit of a stretch. Shador, planning to not, paid,
because they're kind of high on McKee, aren't they?
Yeah,
they do like McKee, and they've gotten some inquiries about him too, because he played first couple games that he ever played where they beat Dallas like 41-7, and then they finished off the Giants in the last game. I mean, he was great. He threw like 4 touchdowns versus like 3 incompletions and like 2 games, something ridiculous. He looked really comfortable in that offense.
It didn't look like the lights were too big for him.
Not at all. Stanford kid, smart kid, he just,
real quick, Joe, he moved a little bit better than I thought that I anticipated from Stanford. Put it that way.
Yeah, he did. He was like, no one really had known anything about him before he stepped in and played the last couple of games, and everyone was like, and of course, with I can't get it through to the Philadelphia fans like certain things, and they're like, well, Hurts has been struggling, and he did. Maybe McKee should start the post. I can't. Yeah, I'm done. They just went right over Kenny Pickett too, and just went to Kenny.
Foisted him onto the Browns. Yeah,
I just can't, guys. I can't.
Foisted him onto the credulous
Browns. Right. He's with Cleveland.
Yeah, a nice curb reference. They foisted him, but Joe, I will say also too. So moving to you, any other thoughts here on the night? And of the 2 guys here, I don't think you had any interaction with Anthony Petrone. You actually did, I think, a baseball segment with Ken Detweiler. I think we subbed to. It's usually him and Steve Callis on the baseball stuff here, but we subbed you in for the World Series when the Phillies were in there. So you got a chance to do a segment with him. So I'm glad that you got a chance to do that. And so I'm glad to have you on here on this night that we're honoring these guys. And just any of your thoughts about all the wild and weird stuff we saw in tonight's draft.
I thought it was really fun, considering it wasn't like a star-laden draft going in. It wasn't projected to be like the only two stars might have been the Colorado kid and maybe Cam Ward and maybe Abdul Carter. It wasn't like a star-laden, maybe between the Colorado Travis Hunter, him and maybe Abdul Carter. Because I know quarterback's a little bit of a different animal, and Tennessee needs one. And I thought Cam Ward was the right pick there. But other than that, I think that Abdul Carter and Hunter were probably the stars of the draft. But even so, where it wasn't like up to 20 picks with like just star-laden quality and all over the place, I thought it was interesting how some of the things played out and what the Giants did, what Cleveland did right out of the gate, and some other things. I mean, Green Bay went with a wide receiver, and Minnesota had 4 picks, and they ended up sticking to their board and whatnot. And because I know that Howie did not believe there were 32 first-round picks of the 32. You know what I mean? They weren't graded as first-round picks. So I was a little surprised he stayed there. But again, I'm thrilled because I wrote a story saying they should take him yesterday. So it kind of makes me look, not that believe me, I'm not at all smart, but that it made me look okay. So because I loved it. Jihad, really, like, you want to unleash hell. You could think of so many ways to play that in a story with the holy war and the jihad and whatnot. And the fact that he
should have gone to McDermott.
right. And the fact that, he was Mr. Production, he was the face of production at Alabama. And, I was a little surprised that he dropped. But you see that all the time in these drafts. Look, they always go back to Aaron Rodgers dropping at 24. The other day on Easter, after did the dinner and the lunch and everything, the NFL Network had on a lot of documentaries on Brady and that whole draft and the Dan Marino one, and just mind-boggling how teams kind of outthink themselves sometimes. Taking Kenny O'Brien, the Jets, instead of Marino, and just craziness. But that's what makes it interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I think that some of these guys try to outthink themselves, or you hear like a scooch of, oh, well, maybe he took a puff of marijuana when he was a sophomore. Oh, we got to stay away from that kid. And then, turns into Larry Tunsil, who's been to the Pro Bowl 5 times. And, or Jalen Carter, who everyone passed on, and they moved up with the Bears 1 pick to select.
Kill the guy.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. You saw, I don't know if you saw, I wrote a piece on this when Howie was on that Todd McShay show talking about anybody who's ever even had any kind of kerfuffle with domestic violence or violence against women, whether they were convicted or not, or you know what I mean, is anytime there was any kind of noise, they don't even look at those guys.
Sure.
Of course, I think, and I said you should probably look at every situation differently, because not everyone, there are about 20%, 15% of false accusations and whatnot. And guys got, like the kid from Dallas who had to go back to in the murder investigation, the kid from LSU that, was supposed to be a first-round pick and then became an unrestricted free agent, had to sign with Dallas for like $115,000. The offensive lineman, things like that. I think that guys get too caught up in the little things like that. But then again, they signed Jalen Carter, and he was involved in a drag race that killed 2 people from Georgia. So it's like, all right, what are you guys doing here? Are there moral absolutes, or like, you know what I mean? Like, they have their way, and they don't. It works. You can't argue with the results. They have a good locker room, and I think that really was the reason. C.J. Gardner's not a bad dude. He's just
right.
A little out there, and maybe not as polished as I think the brass wants him to be. But it worked. Whatever their system is, it works. So it's hard to criticize.
Hey Joe, real quickie.
Sure.
When I bring this name up, what's the first word that comes to mind? Burt Jones.
Bert Jones. Oh my God! Wow.
No, that's 2 words. No, 3. I just got a fixation lately. I don't know what it is.
What's that?
I just got a fixation lately.
I mean, what? Very, very, very good, but not great. I mean, I don't know.
He could have been.
Could have been. You hear it, but there's a lot of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, in that Dan Marino draft, they took the Eagles took Michael Haddix with like the 7th pick, and he's the all-time lowest yards per carry running back. You know, with as many, you know, whatever the number is in the history of the game. You know what I mean? Like who's doing the scouting here? But I mean, it's hard to sometimes. It really is. It's not an exact science, and it's a crapshoot.
Right.
That's why I think when I hear stuff like, "Oh, the AJ Brown's, you know, maybe to the Patriots for number 4." Well, you got number 4 as a guy who may not even make a roster or might be a bust versus a guy who's a top 20 player in the league. You have that guy, and I get it. He's expensive, and they did like twice already. And the other guy you get on a rookie contract, but he's an unknown versus a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro type wide receiver who. Every time he steps on the field, when Jalen Hurts is on the field, they were 14-0 last year. Like I know Saquon stole the show and whatever, but pound for pound, AJ is probably the best player on the team. They just kind of went away from it because Saquon was having such a ridiculous year. You know, they cut down after that bye week. They cut down Hurts' numbers, 33 attempts to 21. Hurts didn't say boo. You know, he turned the ball over once since then, and it was in garbage time until the Super Bowl in the second quarter. And it didn't hurt them. And he totally went with what the coaches did. And the whole thing worked. And you're just like, wow, that really worked. And no one really complained about it. Hurts doesn't really care. He just cares about winning. Yeah. And I always thought, though, that AJ gets a little testy when he doesn't get his. So when there was some trade rumors, I'm like, no, you know, I don't know, because they got these 2 thoroughbred wide receivers and they don't really use them as much as probably they could because they have other means and their running game is so effective. But they're loaded, and I don't know what they're going to do with Dallas Goedert. They have to replenish some defense, and I think they took a step in the right direction tonight.
Yeah, still the team to beat, no question about that. And of course, Joe Stazak, you coming from Philadelphia area here, along with Russ Cohen earlier tonight, in our whole coast-to-coast extravaganza here. You guys put the East Coast in that, the West Coast, Ben Chu. So good to have you in as a part of this for our draft night coverage tonight, Ben. So I want to get your thoughts, your kind of takeaways on everything we experienced tonight.
I mean, I will say too, Rick, it's a very interesting first round.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's a lot of things that will still need to be determined in the second day of this draft. But, I mean, we saw a lot of teams reach early. I know we saw Cleveland make a trade with Jacksonville for the second overall pick. It's going to be very interesting just to see how a lot of these teams were growing. I know Dallas, there was a lot of discussions. They were going to take Golden as their wide receiver, but we will see.
Yeah.
It's one of those, and we've discussed this off air. It's like for any NFL draft, there are years that are like, oh, it's by the numbers, and this year was not by the numbers at all.
No, it wasn't. There was a lot of weird variables in this here, and one of the weird variables of the evening here. Patented Morris segue there, Jason, has been tracking the travels and travails of one of our core FDH Lounge NFL draft dignitaries, Chris Galloway, across America this evening, the highways and byways from Interstate 90 to Interstate 80, heading back towards Ohio. So somewhere out there in the great unknown, Chris Galloway from behind the wheel here, however dangerously that may be. Your thoughts on what we experienced with tonight's first round in our show tonight?
Hey, I can report that I am back in the great state of Ohio.
All right, there you go.
So I did take a 20-minute break at one of the rest areas to take a little nap, kind of refresh for a moment.
Found one of the lot lizards while he was there.
dialed in. I dialed back in because as the draft was winding down, I was reminded of George Bush's quote in 2017 after the Trump inaugural, which he was at, when he said, "Well, that was weird."
Yeah, you're paraphrasing, but yes.
Where we going with this?
That is actually what he said. Well, that was weird. That was kind of how I felt about tonight. Like, well, that was weird. What did we just experience there? I'm not even in touch with my feelings yet on what we just experienced tonight. Like, I need to take a little time, sort of think it through. As always in drafts, there are teams that, they nail it, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys were having a chuckle because that was when I was napping. The Ravens, look at that.
I called it, Starks. I hate to say.
You did call it. The Ravens, once again, a great player falls to them, and they are happy to scoop them up.
Yeah.
So, you had and then you had teams that, as you and Jason, I'm sure, pointed out, drafted someone higher than they should have based on value.
Yeah.
And I would use the Cowboys as an example of that.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I will say this: they could have gotten a little bit better value, but I also know they actually got a good player who's going to play for a decade for them and be an outstanding, versatile offensive lineman. So it's like I can't fault the pick too much because ultimately they desperately needed that position. It wasn't flashy, but it was sort of the adult pick to make, and they got a damn good player. So it's like, should he have gone 10 spots lower or whatever? But whatever, they needed him, they got him. I mean, you have a few teams where you wonder, like, what the hell are they doing? But we get that every year. And so, again, I'm going to take a little time, in the morning over breakfast and kind of look over and refresh my memory on where everybody went, what everybody did, and, before I really pass judgment on it. But it was a weird night, that's for sure. I think, for Browns fans, right? I mean, look, we got one day to sit and digest the fact that there's 2 picks coming up real quick tomorrow that are going to be very, very, very important to the future of this franchise.
Yeah.
And I know there's going to be a lot of fans screaming for a quarterback, but I don't know that that's what they're going to do.
People already called for Shador.
Oh, that's just terrible. That's just terrible. It's just terrible.
A real life comes at you fast situation for the Browns tomorrow night.
Yeah, guys, can I just ask a question? Or with all the Cleveland folks here, I'm miffed at the situation in Cleveland with their quarterback, and I know it's been going on for a while, maybe since Kosar. What are they going to do with the Deshaun Watson thing? And if they don't love Sanders, would you still take him? I mean, what are they going to do? A quarterback?
They may take him. The Watson thing, he's not going to play next year. They'll find a way to wiggle out of it, apparently for 26, I guess. I don't know. I mean, he's not going to be here anymore because...
I mean, to be fair, Rick, they did take back Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, so...
Yeah, they did.
A timeline of they got guys who can play the positions.
Well, Flacco at least, and on a good day, I guess. But
I'm not saying that's ideal, Rick. I'm just saying, like,
yeah. Well, I know that Jason Jones here, as I go full circle with the guy who was on with me first tonight. I was saving this for you, Jason, for the last spot to throw it to you for the evening here. Closing thoughts on this that I know are going to be predominated by the very shocking thing that the Browns did.
Yeah, and I'm trying to not focus on it from the perspective of they passed on Travis. But I will just real quick, just one thing on it.
Okay.
I don't believe there's anyone in the world who has a better perspective between the Browns and the Buffaloes. My message to the team would be, I don't give a damn what you think this plan is. You do not pass on someone who's doing something we have never seen before, who had the potential, I say had because he went to Jacksonville, had the potential to possibly at least be a candidate for, if not enter, the Hall of Fame in 2 positions. How do you sleep at night passing on that for a defensive tackle that he's probably going to be very solid? I think he's going to be very good at the position he plays. But how do you, in good conscience, do that? Now, moving off of that,
are you really ever going to move off?
Maybe not. I don't know. I've got to. I'll just put it this way. I don't want to give away ages. Let's just say that I have a mother who has been watching the Cleveland Browns since Jim Brown played for them, and within 5 minutes of that trade back. And keep in mind, she's my mother, so I know what the serious "you're about to get your ass beat" looks like. She's ready to quit the team over that move alone. So it's just another indication that, like, you guys can't get out of your own way. So that's my issue with the Brown side. Now, I have been spending the last few minutes compiling a list of best available for the pick that Chris is referring to, the 2 picks Chris is referring to. And there's a lot there. Don't get me wrong. Like, now that the bridge has been burned to the ground, we do have 2 picks, and they're about 12 guys I'd be really excited to get. But the grander, larger scale of this draft, I've been doing this for 18 years officially. I think you've been doing it for a little bit longer than that, Rick. I can't remember a first round that's just been this weird.
Yeah.
And like Chris has alluded to, I probably need a day to really digest it, to like conceptualize it and get context for what was the last weird one like this. I for the life of me right now, I can't think of it, and it's not just value versus reach. There was a lot of stuff that does not make sense.
Yeah.
The one that has nothing to do with the team that I root for, that it's going to be a head scratcher for a while. How on earth does the team whose fan base believes it's their entitlement to win the Super Bowl every single year, and in the last few have fallen way short, and in large part because the offense doesn't really work that well, and they can't really stop anybody when it counts? What is Jerry Jones thinking? I don't care if he's the best guard in the draft. Why are you taking a guard at 12? So
I don't know.
So there's a lot of stuff like that where, like, I know that if we go back and we check our mocks, I know that I got at least one player late in the first round that I hit on.
Yeah.
But, like, at the end of the day, I'm going to look at the ones that I didn't hit on and go, that doesn't even make sense.
You said Simmons to KC. I'll give it to you, even though it was 31.
Yeah. Ever since the Travis thing, I'm simply looking at number and not team.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess technically I didn't count. You can't say
right.
Count.
You got it.
So it's just been really weird, and I can't chalk it up to values and reaches. It's more to it than that. We'll figure it out, and I'm sure when we do the post show, I'll have an answer for you. But this was the weirdest draft I think I've ever seen, at least in the first round.
It was, and which made it a great night to be reacting to it in real time. For the first time, we got to do this. And so I'll look forward to doing the post-draft, of course, Jason, with you and with Chris. And I actually have a note on a somewhat more disturbing kind of a note here. As I noticed from Chris's box on the screen a couple minutes ago, there are a couple of yellow lights that kind of popped up here. For anybody that watched the movie Fargo, this is a very disturbing kind of, okay, now Chris is coming back into frame here, but like there was just a couple of like tail light things a couple minutes ago, and it was putting me in mind of when the kidnappers were driving in the snow. They were chasing down to, shoot the people who had saw them shoot the police officer.
It reminds me of E.T.
Oh yeah, I'm having thoughts of that, of like, it's reminding me of that very violent scene in the snow in Fargo. So, Chris, I hope that such a fate does not befall you on America's roads tonight.
We're just fine. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, baby.
Yeah. Well, you're.
Morrison said it best. Keep your eyes on the road and your hands upon the wheel.
Yes, and I will say again, you had made a commitment to be here tonight, and that was, well in advance. And there's the yellow lights I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see them behind them there, whatever those are, putting me in mind of the Fargo chase scene. But Chris, you had said you're going to be a part of this thing. I'm sure before you knew what your plans for the day were going to be, but dadgummit, you were still a part of this thing no matter what. You kept your word, my friend, no matter how inconvenient it proved to be for you.
Well, unlike the Cleveland Browns front office, you can count on me.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, and can always count on all of the FDH Lounge dignitaries. And again, on a night where we're celebrating two of the great ones, Ken Detweiler and Anthony Petrone, who recently passed away, I want to thank everybody. What a roster of greats we had here tonight. For the FDH Lounge 2025 Coast to Coast Pro Football Draft Night 1 Extravaganza. I want to thank from earlier this evening Bob Glassman, Russ Cohen, Derek Allen, and those who are still around here at the end of the proceedings. Those who were on at the outset, Jason Jones and Chris Galloway. Subsequently, sitting next to me here at Mission Control, the scout Ken Becks. A true pleasure to get him back on. Ben Chu, Joe Stazak. I want to thank all of you guys. This was amazing. I'm already making early plans in my head for 26, and I will say this, Ben. Next up on my plans here, NBA Draft Night 1, brother. Me and you.
NBA.
Here we go.
Yeah. We'll do it. Any of the rest of you guys or anybody else wants a piece of that for any part of it, we'll be glad to do it. I got a feeling me and Ben will be shouldering the load a little bit more so than any one person had to do tonight.
Right. The answer to that question is Cooper Flagg, number 1.
That's right. That's right.
Is Akeem Olajuwon in that draft?
Well, he's in a.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
If it is,
the African dream,
I'm
baby.
so excited.
That's right.
I'm so excited.
Oh, that's right.
I just can't.
That's right. Well, it has been very exciting to be on with all of you great fellows here tonight. I want to thank you all so much, and I want to thank everyone who checked out our live stream here of the 2025 Coast to Coast Pro Football Draft Night 1 Extravaganza. Good night, everybody.